We don't need her to, we have a quorum.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting for the City of Marina City Council on Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. And we'll start first with our roll call.
Councilmember Fisher. Here. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen. Mayor Delgado.
Okay, we have a quorum then. All right, and let's see.
Christina Dirksen is here. Sorry, I am joining remotely, but I
Yes,
was.
ma'am, we got you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like me to continue or would you like to go?
No, please
We're
do. We're
Okay,
fine.
so
Thank you.
we have just established our quorum and now we go to public comment on closed session. We have one person in the audience. Mr. James Fraser, would you like to speak? This is just on closed items. All right, and but he can hear us, right?
Is here.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm joining remotely, but I was.
oh. But now he's gone completely, right? Oh. Mr. Fraser, would you like to unmute yourself? Is somebody sending him a message, Matt, to unmute? Okay. Okay, well, it looks like he either doesn't wish to speak or we're having some technical difficulties here. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and close public comment on the closed session items, and now we'll adjourn to closed session, and we will be back at 6:30. Oh, I need to ask our attorney, were there any changes to the closed agenda item?
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. No, there are no changes.
Okay, so then with that, we will adjourn and come back at 6:30. Thank you.
online. July 18th, Tuesday, 2023, our regular city council meeting for the city of Marina. We just came back from closed session, and in a moment, we're going to go to our city attorney, Heidi Quinn, to summarize our closed session. Since 5 p.m. we were there. But first, we have a council member, Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen, not here in person, but teleconferencing. And so, Christina, I needed to ask you a few questions just for public disclosure. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Were you able to hear? Do you have a copy? Sorry, do you have a copy of your agenda for this meeting?
I do. I have it posted on my door.
Okay, so it's posted at the location where you are.
It is.
Is your location accessible to the public so that any member of the public could participate from your location if she or he wanted to?
Yes, I invited multiple people.
Okay, glad you're having a party. Is there any member of the public there with you who'd like to participate in the public comment portion of this meeting or any other agenda item for this meeting?
So far, I've not gotten any response.
Okay. I don't need to do that. All right, Christina, thank you very much for your willingness to go through those questions. I hope that everything's going well where you are. And now we will have our city attorney summarize closed session for us. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, the council met tonight in closed session on 2 items. The first was conference with labor negotiators as to all 5 unions and the directors. The second was performance evaluation of a public employee, the city manager. As to both items, information was provided to the council, direction was provided to staff, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
Okay. Mike Masterson, would you be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We'll have a moment of silence and then Mike will lead us in the pledge.
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We have a great Junior Giants program where children, such as those in the audience, have a lot of fun playing non-competitive baseball during summer with the Junior Giants program. And Elisa Smith and Erica Graham are some of the adult chaperones here with us today with the kids and some of their other probably coaches and parents. And so we really appreciate, this is probably the 10th year that we've had Junior Giants. It's been a long time. And it's a fantastic program. And this year it seems like it's bigger than ever. So we have a proclamation. And if someone from Junior Giants would like to join me up front, please join me up front. We have a microphone.
Elisa. Hi. She's the program mother.
Okay. So whereas the city of Marina was selected in 2014 as a participating city and joined Junior Giants, and the Junior Giants is free, non-competitive, and co-ed for youth between 5 and 18. Junior Giants program is more than just baseball and softball. Each child experiences this program with their team and the 4 bases of character development: confidence, integrity, leadership, and teamwork, as well as the importance of education, health, and bullying prevention. The Junior Giants Volunteer Committee reached the goal this year of having structured softball teams in the program. As a result of the city of Marina being selected and active participants in this year's Junior Giants program, the city of Marina proclaimed Saturday, August 5th, is that your closing day? Yeah. Which is also their closing day, Junior Giants Day in the city of Marina to recognize and thank the Junior Giants program sponsors for bringing the program to the city of Marina, and for all the players and volunteers, all you young children out there for playing who actively participated. So be it resolved that I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, and the entire Marina City Council recognizes the contributions of people like Elisa in the Junior Giants program. And thank you for all that you bring to our community and our residents, dated this 18th, signed by all the city council members. Thank you, everyone in Junior Giants, kids, coaches, administrators, moms, dads, uncles, everyone who's taking care of these kids and bringing them to Junior Giants and to their star leader, Elisa Smith.
Can we get a photo with all the kids?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to invite everyone to our closing day on August 5th. We'll have a barbecue. It'll be roughly 10 to 5. There'll be games throughout the day. The players will enjoy getting trophies, which will actually be little bobbleheads this year. And yeah, come enjoy, come throw out a ball, Mayor. We'd
Right.
love to have you do that.
What location?
Los Arblos Middle School, the baseball softball field, Upper Los Arblos. It has so many names.
Sarblo Sports Complex. You guys all want to come up? And you all want to come down, including Heidi?
Yes, one big photo.
Ha! He's up front. He's a star.
My only request is if you could put it in front of the camera so I could be there.
Hang on, I know my goal. No pictures, Heidi, there's a place for your bike there. I'm sorry. Right.
Heidi, you're so photogenic.
Not.
So we're switching gears here. On June 29th, we lost one of our best valued member of our community. Lenore Masterson was everywhere for decades and gave her waking hours to the city of Marina as much as she could, which was extraordinarily done by her. And her husband, Mike, who's with us today, was with her every step of the way. Mike took the time to tell me a little bit about their relationship history, which is long and colorful. And it was a real pleasure to hear that, Mike. Lenore was a champion who paved the way to get our library where it is now. It was a slot. It was like a shotgun slot in a shopping center before Lenore came along and spurred the community to raise the money and get the grants and do all that's involved. You can imagine, or maybe not imagine, because you never know what's behind all this, behind the scenes, when someone like Lenore has to take the library on her back and get the community behind her. But anyway, it came to reality. It's a beautiful library with a beautiful following and a beautiful nonprofit arm, Friends of the Marina Library, of which she was president for many years. And one thing Mike told me in the conversation is that she was president of everything. If she was involved, she was president, not just the library, but Lions Club and Marina Youth Arts, among other organizations. She was part of the Recreation and Cultural Service Commission. She wasn't president, but she was chair for a long time. And the commission kind of was like her commission. And she was involved with senior issues and youth issues. And she was a great artist. She wrote and illustrated children's stories. Just an amazing person who was a longtime member of our Methodist Church. And our city wishes to express our sincere appreciation, Mike, and to your brother-in-law here with you today. Gratitude for Lenore's dedication and her commitment to the city of Marina. There's not too many people that give to our community the way Lenore has given for so long. So with her passing, we lost a champion of Marina that just doesn't come along that often. But she lived such a great life, and she was loved by so many thousands of people, and she connected with so many people that richness of experience, she gets to rest in peace knowing that, she did so much for our community, and everybody appreciates that so much, Mike. Do you want to come up and say anything, Mike? Shep, can you give him the next one? This one, right? You can use this one.
Yeah. I'd like to thank Bruce in particular, and the council as well, but Bruce in particular, because the night close to when Lenore passed, who gave me a call to comfort me, and I want to thank you for that. You bet. Lenore absolutely loved Marina. She got involved, obviously, in the library, in the Lions, and so many other organizations and things that had to do with Marina. I can't even remember them all, but she, like I say, absolutely loved it, and all of you. So thank you for honoring her tonight. You bet.
And thanks to Ted for being right there.
Mike was awarded the Marina Man of the Year a few months ago, and he gave a acceptance speech, more or less. And what I remember was one line. He basically said, the purpose to life, meaning his purpose in life, the purpose to life is to do good and help others, and he will continue doing that. And I think that that's exactly what Lenore was all about. So that Mike and Lenore were able to be together for so many, good, wonderful years, doing good for others. And that was their purpose. And it was great to witness it. There wasn't an event that we would have that Lenore wouldn't be sitting at a table organizing the crafts for children, or trunk or treat, or whatever event, the Easter egg hunt, whatever it was, Lenore was always there. And it was great to see her. And Mike was right by her side every step of the way. And it was great. All right. Thank you, Ted, for joining us. And thank you, Mike. You're welcome to stay, but we know you have lives outside of here too. Thanks. All right. And Mike, before you go, and Ted, before you go, other council members might wish to say something too. Christina, we'll start with you. Did you have any input here?
Yes, I'd just like to add, can you hear me? Thumbs up real quick.
Yes.
Thank you. There will be a memorial celebration of a good life on Saturday at the VFW Hall. Is that right? Veterans of Foreign War, or UFW? I can't.
American Legion. American Legion
yeah.
Post 694.
Absolutely, starting at 11, and just to continue her legacy, there is a scholarship fund that has been set up through the Marina Foundation to continue arts education. So students who are perhaps interested in following their passion but don't have the money to take part in a class and or college, anybody who'd like to continue her legacy can do so by checking out the Marina Foundation's website. She was a great mentor to me and many of us. And as we look around, there's no corner of Marina that hasn't had Lenore's fingers in it to improve our community. So when I think of the spirit of volunteerism and picking ourselves up and doing what we can, I think of Lenore. We're not a rich community. We don't have the benefit of others who can, government that can lead the way. So I think in my mind, Lenore has embodied our spirit of volunteerism in so many ways. So I just really encourage anybody who appreciates that to continue volunteering. And if you don't have the time to volunteer, perhaps you'd like to donate to making sure that arts education is continues to be free and accessible by donating to her fund. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I only had the opportunity to meet Lenore and Mike a handful of times, and I'm grateful that I've had that opportunity. But I want to thank Lenore, but I also want to thank you, Mike, because I know, as many of us behind the dais know, that it takes a very strong commitment to share somebody with an entire community, and you've clearly done that throughout your relationship with Lenore. And so I just want to thank you for that. It's very meaningful. And so thank you to both you and Lenore.
Thanks again for coming tonight. We'll see you soon. Take care. So switching gears again, I think our next presentation embodies everything that Lenore and Mike are all about. And it's a presentation by Blue Zones Project of Monterey County. So come on up, Tanya and Larissa. Okay, thanks, Larissa, for being here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, city staff, members of the public online. My name is Tanya Rose. I'm the Community Program Manager with the Blue Zones Project. And yeah, that's a beautiful act to follow. I got a little teary-eyed just listening to that. And yeah, it's truly an honor to work in your city here. I do a lot of events across many cities, and I feel like the engagement that happens with folks from the city of Marina is unlike any other municipality I'm in. It always leaves me with quite a warm feeling and a very engaged and committed community here that you all serve, and I feel fortunate to be able to contribute to that. So I'm here to update you all about the collective progress that the Blue Zones Project continues to make in the Peninsula cities and specifically in the city of Marina. So as a reminder, our project years run, June 1st to May 31st. So we just wrapped up our project year 2. And so the presentation I'm going to share with you all today is just to give you some updates on the progress. And if you have any thoughts and ideas, we always like to say Blue Zones is a we project. So I'm certainly always open for additional feedback. All right, just a quick reminder. I know you all are aware of it, but perhaps members of the public might not be. So Blue Zones is based on the research of National Geographic explorer Dan Buettner, who traveled all around the world with his team, studying the places on the planet where people live long, healthy, and happy lives. That's really the key. So these were the 5 original Blue Zones that were discovered, and there's the highest concentration of folks living to 100 or more. So there was curiosity around what helped those folks live these long, healthy, happy lives. Thank you. The answer, of course, was the Power 9. So these are the secrets to longevity. Many of these, I believe, are very much embodied here in the city of Marina. Not a lot of, innovative ideas, but certainly things that were, I think in the busyness of our lives, we're getting farther and farther away from. So moving our bodies, thinking about having the right outlook. So focus on mental health, eating wisely, thinking about the food we put in our bodies, and simply connecting in community. These are the principal tenets that Blue Zones is based on, and all the evidence-based practices we bring forward is based on this original research. Just so you know, so then Blue Zones project takes those principles and brings them to communities across the US. So you can see here that about 4.5 million lives have been impacted. The project is now working in 50 states and over 70 communities. We've come to Monterey County thanks to our local sponsors. So that's Salinas Valley Health, Taylor Farms, and Montage Health. Thanks to their commitment to community health and well-being, everything we offer is 100% free and available. Our work started in Salinas, and we spread in phase 2 out to peninsula cities and really a countywide application. And then we just expanded into King City and Gonzales. So really any municipality, incorporated or otherwise unincorporated, can participate in the Blue Zones project. The work we do is we call it a 3-legged stool. So it's a holistic community change model where we engage people. So empowering them with tangible skills, practices, behaviors to live these long, healthy, happy lives. We work with places. So I'll go in a bit more detail on that, bringing evidence-based best practices to support health and well-being. And then we work on policy. So these are the big rocks trying to get at some of these systemic changes that can help folks live these healthy lives. So in terms of the work we've done, we're about halfway through our phase 1 of work. So you can see the first application of our work is running from about 2021 to 2025. So in terms of our progress, you can see that we're running on track in terms of where we're wanting to be 2 years in. So about either 50% or more. So you can see we're definitely tracking on track. Grocery stores is the one that's just a bit below, but we feel confident with the plan that we have coming ahead that we'll be able to meet our certification goal. So at the end of these 4 years, we're hoping to have the peninsula cities and most specifically the city of Marina as a certified Blue Zones community. So a bit more detail in terms of individual engagement. So we've engaged close to 7,000 folks across the peninsula cities. About 1,100 are residents in the city of Marina or have articulated that they've got a Marina zip code. Just last year, we had 585 folks engage with the project. Some examples of how they've engaged. We had a winter wellness event that some of you had the pleasure of attending. Hopefully it was a pleasure to you. It was very fun. We were out at the Marina Library. You can see the photo there, lots of folks hula hooping. We had Zumba. We did work in the garden there. We had healthy snacks from a couple of our Blue Zones approved restaurants. We've had walking groups happening in the city of Marina. Marina resident Anne Vallone is a powerhouse. I don't know if y'all know her, but she is incredible. She has been walking with a group now for 2 years. They've just celebrated their 2-year anniversary. We've held purpose workshops at the Marina, the Montage Wellness Center, as well as part of the Monterey Bay Moves Wellness Week. And then we've also co-collaborated on 7 volunteer events at the Oak Woodland Community Garden, as well as Hilltop Park, helping plant that out. In terms of schools, there are 43 Blue Zones approved schools in Monterey County, 5 of them in peninsula cities and 2 right here in the city of Marina. Marina is actually leading the way for schools, which is wonderful. You have such a commitment to young people here. So Ione Olson and Marina Vista. We're also working with Los Arboles currently to become approved. And then we've supported school garden professional development workshops, walking school buses, et cetera, at the school. So lots more to come there. Work sites is another area where we focus. So there's 48 Blue Zones approved work sites across Monterey County, 11 in peninsula cities, including here in Marina, Doctors on Duty. We're currently working with the Marina Coast Water District. Larissa here has been working hard. They're very close to becoming approved. And we're very excited for the city of Marina to perhaps continue the good work. I know Matt and team has done some good work there. And now with your new HR director, we're excited to see what support we can offer. In terms of the food environment, 43 Blue Zones approved restaurants, 12 in the Peninsula cities, 2 right here in Marina, Aki Fresh Mex and Cafe Mia. Wonderful. If you've not frequented those establishments, delicious vegetarian fare. And we have 7 Blue Zones approved grocery stores across the county, 2 in Peninsula cities, and 1 right here in Marina. We're so proud Grocery Outlet has just become an approved Blue Zones approved grocery store. And I'll leave some flyers here for you all. There's an upcoming event, a grocery store tour and tasting on July 27th. Open, free to the public. It'll be wonderful. It's from 10 to 11. So everyone is welcome to join us there. Policies is, as I said, kind of the big rocks, but we've made some wonderful progress in the food policy space. We've been so fortunate to support the good work happening at the Oak Woodland Community Garden. You can see that photo there that is with Luna, the wonder dog, but there's been some tremendous effort happening out there, establishing the accessible pathways in the park to allow multimodal access to food growing opportunities. We've also helped establish the Monterey County Food System Coalition, the Monterey County Garden Network. We've helped build local procurement channels with Coke Farm, which is an organic food aggregator, and Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. So really trying to help young folks in our community get access to healthier food. We've also done a lot of capacity building work. So supporting school garden professional development, as well as this workforce development group, the Cadre program that contributed probably cumulatively hundreds, if not thousands of volunteer hours to food security projects across Monterey County and then specifically here in the Oak Woodland. We've also supported the Edible Food Recovery Program, so SB 1393. So lots of different ways where we're plugging into a more resilient and sustainable food system. In terms of the built environment, so trying to make our cities more livable, bikeable, walkable, all that fun stuff. We've been collaborating with the Public Works team on identifying a marquee, which really is looking at Lock Patton as this wonderful center for community health and well-being, a wellness hub, if you will. I know we're working on getting these great born learning signs up to support intergenerational movement and activities throughout the park. You all have led some incredible projects here with the Gloria Jean Tate pump track, some traffic calming efforts along the school corridor in Carmel, California, passing the affordable housing overlay. There's just so many wonderful policy efforts that have been happening here in Marina that are in absolute alignment to the work that we're trying to see and support across the Peninsula cities. So thank you truly for the leadership that's happening here. And then lastly is tobacco policy. That's kind of the third piece of our tobacco portfolio, our policy portfolio. So we're very proud. The city really took a wonderful leadership stance in terms of updating the leases for all your city-owned properties. So making, I think, over 250 units smoke-free. That's extraordinary and really visionary and really protecting a lot of folks from the dangers of smoke and secondhand smoke. So thank you for that. I know on an upcoming agenda, you'll be considering the tobacco retail license as well as smoke-free parks. So we're really excited to see that coming onto the agenda. We've also collaborated with Sun Street Centers. I know many of those folks have come in and spoken to you directly about their work. So that's really fantastic. And then, yeah, we're hoping to support the County Board of Supervisors when they consider the smoke-free multi-unit housing, which should be starting to happen at the county level coming up here soon. So it's a lot, but thank you for all of your great efforts. We had a great, as Mayor mentioned, we had a great work day on Saturday, and we had big people, little people, everyone contributing, and it really felt it was so much in the spirit of the great city of Marina, everybody working together to support health and well-being. So thank you for that. Here we are in project year 3, and we're off to a great start and just looking forward to continued collaboration. I might have gone over, Matt told me, or no, Brian told me I had 5 minutes. I don't know how I did, but I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, if you can hang on just a moment, Larissa, right? Larissa, thanks for being here. You mentioned earlier on your presentation that if anyone had any ideas, and so I'm wondering if, having heard this presentation, which I think you probably put a lot of time into because it was very comprehensive, but anyway, does any member of the city council have ideas that you would like Blue Zones Project Monterey County to consider this coming year? You probably have a pretty good idea what they've been doing, but maybe they're not touching on something that's important to you. So this is a good time if you have suggestions they could consider. But I would like to say thank you. I've been to some of your events. You did like 6 days of yoga over at the Vince DiMaggio Park a couple of years ago around New Year's, and all the things you mentioned today. It just seems like Blue Zones has taken Marina by storm in the last 3 years or however long it's been, and it's just been wonderful for our community. And you brought, I don't know, 20 volunteers last Saturday, and they did construction work. They did a lot of work, hard work, and we couldn't have finished the wheelchair pathways without that help. And that's just a tiny example, just one of many. You're, like you said, you're at the schools, you're at the markets, you're pretty much all around our city, and we really appreciate it. But maybe others on council have something, ideas. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. Thanks, Christina.
I have two comments. Perhaps the Blue Zones could make their headquarters in Marina because they practically are in our community all the time. I'm very much appreciative of everything they do. Look forward to our city being Blue Zone certified. And one of the things that does come to mind is perhaps climate change. We are on the forefront of that in that we are a coastal city and our oceans health. And when we look at the temperatures around the nation, we are luckily among a little tiny swatch that is comfortably temperate at the moment. So I just wonder if maybe climate change or off-gassing might be something that might fit into your I know you've had these, our cities that look to being, secrets, but I just wonder if that might be something you might consider championing. Could I say it? Being a champion of. I greatly appreciate seeing you and your dog and your community of workers working alongside us. And I know we're having a great event when Blue Zones is there. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tanya, for the presentation and your co-worker. I don't have any new suggestions at this moment, but it might be good to mention for people where the walking groups are, what time, what day, and what time.
Yes.
Do you know that or not?
I don't know if I know it offhand, but I can certainly share that back with you all. I know Anne would be thrilled to welcome additional walkers with her groups. And then if there's folks that are interested in starting their own walking group, we absolutely will help support that as well. So there's lots of options, but I know, Anne, I believe it's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And
On 10 a.m. Still used to be, but
yeah.
So there used to be flyers. I'm sure there's still flyers, and I'll be happy and I'm sure that many people here will be happy to help spread the word.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Biala.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. You can see you're really on the go all the time, and we do see Blue Zones everywhere. So I'm hoping that we can get some more restaurants for you to, be part of Blue Zones. Just wanted to ask, do you currently do anything with companies and their employees programs, actually not on their off hours, but during work hours? Do you have things like that?
Yeah, so that is part of the work that we do in terms of supporting a work site and becoming a Blue Zones approved work site. So there are a set of kind of a menu of items that we would go through and look at, what are some of the existing health and well-being practices that are in place. Odds are, I imagine, through the insurance program and the EAP programs and whatnot, there's probably several pieces that some employees may not just be aware of, period. So there's some pieces there. But but absolutely, we have 43 approved work sites or 40 some odd approved work sites across the county. So lots of wonderful examples that we can offer and share, with the team here to see what might be the right fit for the staff to support, whatever they're looking for, whether it's more physical activity throughout the day, thinking about how to incorporate healthier food items into their families' diets, through plant-based cooking classes. There's lots of different little tools that we can have kind of depending on what the interest level of and the need is, with the employee team. So that's essentially, what we would do when we were looking at the worksite approval process. And it's a collaborative conversation to see, but lots of tools to bring to bear, and everything is, free and available based on the sponsors that we have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick comments because this is so important to me. As many may know that I ran on a platform of healthy cities, and it was one of only a few platform ideas that I had. So this is just such a great thing for me to hear. And it's interesting that Tanya mentions the leadership of the city, but it's really the leadership of Blue Zones that I think is just a real blessing for the city. So many things we would never have been able to accomplish without them. And so please and thank yous, stay and continue doing the great work that you're doing. I just want to mention, because Tanya did mention smoke-free housing, our city did change the leases to put in some language that mitigates the smoking in our city-owned housing. But I got just an email today from a constituent that shared with me, they live in a dense housing unit. They said, Brian, I can't enjoy my outdoor space. The smoke is coming in my house, through my windows, through my microwave vents. I can't even be inside without health impacts. So I don't think the city's looking at a citywide smoke-free ordinance yet, but I hope that we will. I hope that the council will really think about that and have that front and center on their minds as we progress through the next couple of years. And I hope Blue Zones will help us navigate that as well to the extent that they can. And that's it from me. Thank you.
All right. My comments are, Larissa, I understand you're taking on MCWD, Marina Coast Water District, to make them blue zonable. Is that an example that might come to the city of Marina, or trying to think other, like Monterey Regional Waste Management District? So can you talk to that model a little bit about what you're doing with MCWD to make them a blue zone entity?
Of course. Do you want me to get to the microphone? Okay. Yeah, so they're doing amazing work, trying to make the environment healthier for the employees. And so the best practices that they are choosing to go forward with are creating flexible seating so that they can stand up during their work hours. They're also creating walking paths for their employees to take on their breaks, prioritizing micro breaks and movement during their work hours, and then also offering healthy foods when they're catering from events, just as options. So it's always about just having that healthy option available to you. But yeah, I'm happy to share with you what they're doing and those best practices, because it's amazing work and I'm really excited for them. Yeah.
Great, Larissa. Thank you. A couple ideas I had. I mentioned one to you last Saturday, Tanya. Friends of Marina Parks is ramping up again, but they're an example of a rather small organization, and we probably have several. Kiwanis is pretty small right now, and there's others. And since you at Blue Zones Project work across Monterey County with many probably small and large nonprofits, I'm wondering if you could evaluate nonprofits who asked for help. So if they knew that help might be available, if they could say, hey, Blue Zones, can you spend an hour with our board and hear our challenges, hear where we're stuck, or hear where we want to go, that we're not sure how we're going to get there? Because then maybe through your knowledge of other nonprofits, you might have some ideas that would help them improve their effectiveness or success.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, that's one of the ways that we do support organizations is through capacity building. And so there's definitely done some of that work. There's a Friends of Seaside Parks Association. So I've been working with that team to figure out ways to grow and expand their scope. So that's absolutely something that would be, yeah. Right. So I'm excited to meet the Friends of Marina Park. Friends of Marina Parks.
And you've been really gracious generous with your time scheduling volunteers throughout the year at the Citizens for Sustainable Marina events. And I almost feel like they're hogging you, or I'm part of that. So we are hogging you. And so if during the year you could spread out to other, maybe the same number of events, but more organizations. Because I know we've had you coming for, maybe a year, maybe two, and we really love it. We hope you keep coming. But at the same time, I know other organizations might need help getting volunteers to their events. And then, that's it. Oh, we have a this is it. We have a Martin Luther King celebration on September 9th, Saturday. And you said that your calendar is already made up, but you would look into seeing if there was any room to participate the way that you did at the groundbreaking back on, I think it was January 21st. But any headway on that? You think you might?
Yes, we'll be happy to be there.
Oh, fantastic. Because you added a lot to the groundbreaking, so it would be great to have your organization back.
Yeah.
September 9th. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. And great to meet you, Larissa. Thanks for all you do. And Tanya, I don't know if anyone complimented you specifically, but you've been a great leader and an organizer and an inspiration to a lot of people in Marina. So thank you. Okay, so any council or staff announcements? That's where we're headed now. Christina, did you have any announcements? And let me step back, Tanya and Larissa, we did have one community member, Denise Turley. Denise, let's give you a chance if you had something about the Blue Zones to talk about. Denise, are you out there?
I am. I'd like to give public comment.
Okay, coming up. Thank you, Denise. All right. Christina, did you have any input?
No, the only thing was the reminder of the Lenore Masterson Memorial this weekend, and thanks to all who have been part of that.
Okay, can you remind us location, time, and date?
Yes, it is Saturday, just coming Saturday. Jesus, not the Veterans of Foreign War. It's the
Post 694.
Yes, what is yes, American Legion Hall, Post 694, starting at 11 o'clock with a meal and remembering Lenore, and the call to action just being that there is a scholarship fund established by the her family and friends at the Marina Foundation that will carry on her work in arts education.
All right, and dessert I don't think is included, and people are encouraged to bring a dessert to the event.
That's correct. You'll be speaking, is that correct?
Yes, well, along with I'm sure others. Thank you very much, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to announce that National Night Out is coming up the first Tuesday of August, and the Marina Police Department, as always, will be hosting a fun event with hot dogs and prizes. It's from 5 to 8 here downtown Marina, Central Marina on Palm Avenue. So this year it will be Tuesday, August 1st.
And for that reason, we have our city council meeting the next night, Wednesday, August 2nd. And hot dogs are only free if you get there before they're all gone. And they go pretty quick. That's great. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'd like to say thank you to Blue Zones again and the 25 some volunteers total that showed up. They worked from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. and they moved 10 cubic yards of decomposed granite with shovels and wheelbarrows, and it's very heavy. And then once they put them on the ground, dumped out that material, they had to get on their hands and knees and level it out with basically 2x4s. So it was extremely laborious tasks. Meanwhile, some people were transplanting like 600 plants into 1 gallon pots for planting at Hilltop Park this next rainy season. And other people removed weeds, and other people helped out with the food beds. So there was a lot of things going on at once, and it was great energy there. So thanks to everyone at Citizens for Sustainable Marina for hosting those, along with Blue Zones Monterey Bay, Blue Zones Project Monterey County. And that's all happening outside the Marina Library at Lock Padden Park. Okay, also we had some volunteers pick up litter 2 Sundays in a row, and each Sunday out between Beach Road and the American Legion Marina Drive segment, all the way out to the landfill at Charlie Benson Lane. Volunteers this last 2 Sundays showed up and collected approximately 34 large yellow or orange, sorry, I'm colorblind, orange trash bags, and a lot of dumped bulky items like tires and furniture and things like that. But every time that we collect all that stuff, the Monterey Regional Waste Management District staff come the very next morning and take it all to the landfill or recycling. We take a lot of the recycling ourselves back into town to be recycled, but it's a team effort and it's really appreciated because that's our Lake Tahoe of county roads. I think it's a beautiful open space road, really great views, and it's extremely clean because every month since January 2017, volunteers have cleaned up approximately 9.6 miles of roads, and that's approximately 90 acres from ag fence to ag fence across the railroad and across Lapis and Del Monte Boulevard. It's a lot of area that people run around picking up. All right, let's go to Lane Long, our city manager.
Yeah, Commander Cox and Matt have a brief announcement.
Are they going to announce the whereabouts of our acting chief, Steve Russo? Just kidding. Usually he's here. He's not here.
He's going to talk about why he's wearing blue jeans.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. But to piggyback on what you announced for National Night Out, because he's not here, I'm going to say that he's volunteering for the dunk tank this year because he can't protest because he's not here. Thank you for letting me talk real quick. Good evening, everybody. So this week you're going to notice something a little different with the folks at Marina Police Department, both our patrol staff, our sworn staff, and our professional staff. As you probably aware, it's rodeo season here in Monterey County, and the Monterey County Rodeo has kicked off this past weekend with the Kitty Caper Parade, which the Marina Police Department was honored to be a part of. Sergeant Rosas and I took part in that on Sunday in the city of Salinas. The rodeo is a celebrated Monterey County tradition that many of us look forward to every year. A majority of the Marina police officers and professional staff grew up here in Monterey County, and the rodeo was a summer highlight for all of us in our childhood. In celebration of Rodeo Week, Chief Russo has authorized Marina police officers, one of them right there, Marina police officers and professional staff to wear denim jeans, Western boots, and Western hats while on duty for the week starting last Sunday to this upcoming Sunday in celebration of the rodeo. Our staff is excited to connect this fun experience with our professional lives. So when you see our officers and professional staff dressed this way, it's not by accident. It's just a fun experience for us. And in talking to former chief, now Sheriff Nieto, this is a tradition they also have at the sheriff's office, and she's hoping that this spreads throughout the entire peninsula and county, that all police agencies do that. So that's it.
Great, Commander Fox. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just wanted to let the council and the community know about some new affordable housing opportunities that are coming up, and it's going to continue to come up for quite a long time for our city, which is a good thing. So the first thing that's happening is USA Properties is currently taking applicants for their 2 properties that they are developing right now. One is 90 units and one is, I believe, 40 units. That's over in the Dunes area, and those are for people of different income levels, and it's a little bit different project. So they go actually, I think, to the very, very low level as well. So people who are interested in that can go on their website, which is USA Properties, and pick the Dunes and Marina, and you can fill out a short bit of information that talks about, your contact information and also any preferences you might have, which include, do you live in Marina? Do you work in Marina? Are you a school district employee? Are you a public safety employee? Those are some different preferences that we have here within the community. So that's available right now. The other thing that's coming soon is Sea Haven is going to start having their affordable units available as well.
And those are for sale?
Those will be for sale. So that'll be a different type of product. And it's actually going to go on for quite a while. They're going to be doing about 15 a quarter over the next 2 years or so. So there's going to be a website set up pretty soon to start gathering people's information. And we'll announce that as soon as that's ready to go. But that's going to be under some similar parameters. So you have people who live in Marina, work in Marina, work for the school district or the city or public safety employees will get a preference. So they get a little bit added bonus on the line for these homes. There's going to be a process to qualify from all that, and there'll be a lot more information coming. So just wanted to give you a heads up that it's coming soon and to be ready.
It's great, Matt. Thank you very much. Matt's our assistant city manager. Okay, I think we can move on. So we'll go to the public. Any public have any comments on our consent agenda or anything is later on tonight? Except what's later on tonight. So anything that's on your mind, but not on the agenda tonight, except for the consent agenda, which we'll take right after this public comment. So we'll go to Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise. Thanks for waiting, being patient.
Hi, thanks. So I have good news to all CalFresh, CalWork recipients. The Central Coast Energy Services out of Watsonville is signing up people for a program for water payment and PG&E payment assistance. And all you have to do is do Central Coast Energy Services or Google LIHEAP or what is
Denise, we can't understand. Denise, you're breaking up so that we can't understand you. She just cut off. So let's go to Sarah Blake, and maybe Denise will join us in a moment. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sarah Blake, and I am a tenant at Preston Park. I just wanted to come here and share that I'm a little disappointed that the city has not met, the City Council has not met with our tenant association regarding items 13A and 13B, which is our budgets for this community. Our community is rather large, and I don't know.
Sorry, Sarah. Sarah,
Yeah.
This is Bruce. I have to interrupt
Hi.
you, and I'm sorry to do this, but
Yeah.
you're talking about an item that's on our agenda coming
Oh,
up?
it's on our agenda? Fantastic. Well, then
So
I do want to say then that should I talk about it later then?
Yeah, so you'll be
Okay.
first in line when we get to public
Fantastic.
comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I want to speak to you tonight about Lenore Masterson. I was fortunate to meet Lenore in late 1990s. At the time, she was the chair of the Marina Larger Library Committee. And my friendship with Lenore goes back 25 years now. She convinced me at that time to join the Marina Larger Library Committee, and we would meet in a small back room of a storefront by the area where Marina Donut and Bagel Shop is right now. It wasn't that space, but it was in that area, and it had such little inventory, and it was really a sad space for a library. In 1999, a group of us approached Lenore about a community fundraiser on the library site. We called it the Picnic in the Park. In fact, it was probably the first time I met Bruce, the mayor, was at that event. From that day, which was September 26, 1999, from that day on, Lenore's dream of a dedicated library building took flight. And in 2008, Lenore's vision was realized, and the Marina Library on Seaside Circle had its grand opening. There are two people in this community who pushed me to become involved in Marina. One of them was John Wilmot, who encouraged me to join the Planning Commission, and the other was Lenore Masterson, who dedicated herself to our library and to the arts in Marina and was a true inspiration to me. As Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen has already told you, this coming Saturday on July 22nd at 11 a.m. at the American Legion, we invite all of you, her friends, to join us, her friends and her family. If you didn't know Lenore, we hope you'll come so you can hear about her and be inspired by her life and her world that she made for us here in Marina, a better world. Lunch will be served, but we're asking that everyone bring a favorite dessert to share. On Saturday, this will be for me similar to when my father passed away. Not only will we be celebrating Lenore's life, we will be celebrating the marriage of Lenore and Mike, because where you saw one, you saw the other. That was the case with my parents. when you worked with one, Lenore, you saw Mike. And when you saw Lenore, Mike was by her side. I hope all of you will be able to join us on Saturday at 11 o'clock at the American Legion. She was an amazing woman and she will be much missed in this community.
Thank you very much, Grace. And I have two memories of that 1999 event. It was you and straw bales. That's what I remember about that event. It's funny. All right. Thanks for all you've done for our city, Grace. And we hope that there's a good number of people there this Saturday. All right, let's go to Rich Larson.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Rich.
Very good. All right. So Christina has suggested that I call and introduce myself to the council. I'm a Monterey County resident and an advocate for swimming space for kids. As part of a larger Healthy Cities initiative, there is large regional interest in recreational swimming, swim meets, water polo meets, artistic swimming, and so forth. I've spoken with Elaine, and we're going to be meeting on the 31st of August, a couple of weeks from now, to take a tour of the current situation with the pool and see if we can work together. I'm an unpaid advocate, by the way. We'll work together to help close funding gaps, maybe come up with some design ideas that would attract organizations like USA Swimming, USA Water Polo, and so forth. These type of events that would be regional, potentially statewide events would potentially bring in large numbers of visitors to Marina, into the restaurant business, into the hotel business, and so forth. And I just think it's a great opportunity, not only for the residents of Marina, but also for visitors that would come to this very desirable part of the world. Again, my purpose today is just to introduce myself. I look forward to plugging into some of the existing work that's already been undertaken. I'm sure that there's a lot that's been done already, but I'm here to basically help and potentially help close the funding gap as well. So that's my introduction. I have to take questions, or I look forward to speaking with you at a later time after we've had a chance to assess some of the opportunities.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's go to 415-909-9094. Oh, let's not go there. All right. So we'll give everyone a moment. If you haven't spoken but wish to, raise your hand before we close public comment tonight. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and there were no questions. Okay, Denise, let's open public comment so Denise can try again. Go ahead, Denise.
We'll try again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just want to let people know that there is a new program for and assistance.
Denise, you're in and out. Denise, you're in and out, so it's kind of garbled. We can't understand you.
I tried the dial-in number and it's not accepting phone calls.
We still can't fully understand you, Denise. So I think that after tonight, maybe tomorrow, you can connect with our city manager, maybe on a landline. But anyway, yeah, we can't hear you. So I think you need to connect with staff. And then they can get back to council if you have something that we need to know about. Okay. Real sorry about that technical problem we're having. Okay, so we'll close public comment and move on to our consent agenda. We didn't have any public comment on the consent agenda. Do we have any brief comments or questions from council members or wish to pull something for in-depth discussion? Good night, Larissa and Tanya. If not, so we can entertain a motion. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recuse myself from item 10F1, levying a special tax for the Dunes Community Facilities District. As a Dunes homeowner, I technically do not have a conflict of interest, but I'm doing this out of an abundance of caution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recuse from the consent 10G1, just again, out of an abundance of caution. I just do hold some investments in Joby that's disclosed on my FPPC forms.
All right, so Heidi, do we go ahead and all vote as 5 people, or do we take those 2 separate?
You can still make a motion to approve the consent agenda, but have the record reflect that Councilmember Fisher is not participating in her item, so her vote would not be recorded, and the same for Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, so I'll motion that we approve the consent agenda with the caveat that Councilmember Fisher is noted as recusing herself from voting on 10F1, and McCarthy likewise is doing so on 10G1.
I will second that.
Okay, Councilmember Biala.
Yes, I just wanted to make a quick comment on 10F2, please.
Okay.
This is on the coalition. It's called the Greater Salinas Valley Advanced Air Mobility Coalition, of which the city of Marina is a part of. And the first agenda was to try to have Joby's longer term manufacturing efforts be in Marina. But I just want to say that regardless of that decision, which probably should be forthcoming soon, that this coalition and this idea that this area can be a hub of high-tech aviation industry, I think is a really important point. So regardless of that decision on Joby, the research and development arm of Joby will continue to thrive and expand in our airport. So I think this will attract many more other aviation industries to this area. So I'm really happy to see this. I had no idea about this particular coalition, but I think it's a worthy cause, and I'm really pleased to see this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'd like to make a note on, I have a brief question on the ramp space for Joby's conditional airport use permit. Last year, there was quite a lot of consternation among other airport users. There was public meetings, which I think kind of did what it needed to for everyone to understand and kind of go along with it. So my question is this kind of a repeat of last year, but there's no opposition? And has it worked since the ramp space was allotted their use last year? Maybe it was 2 years ago.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. To answer that question, there was consternation. To date, it has vastly improved. And so Joby has worked out the kinks in their initial operations with the testing. I have, as the airport manager, made it abundantly clear that when someone wants to transition from one side of the ramp to the other in front of their leasehold, they cannot stop traffic unless it's in regards to safety and during testing. That's similar to any type of run up on any type of aircraft you'd have as a general aviation operator or as a commercial operator at an airline. So hopefully this answers your question. The additional location adjacent to and proximate to the mega tent will be similar to that, where they'll have folks there making sure that progress is not impeded or folks not allowed to transition that area. So the good news is there's going to be less of a conflict, and conflict's not a bad word. There's going to be less of a conflict based on the lack of activity in that area there. So in a long-winded walk here, it's going to be less intrusive. And so hopefully that does answer your question.
Yep. Thank you. And Matt, I forget your last name. Can you tell everyone your last name?
Nelson, not Mogensen. It's commonly confused. Yeah.
All right. Matt Nelson is our airport manager. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay. And it's good seeing you. Where did I see you with your son? Maybe it was Joby.
Our Joby. It was at the Joby event.
Yeah, it was great that you brought your son to it. Okay. So now we'll go to a Roll call vote because we have someone in a row.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, that motion passed unanimously with the recusals on the two items we mentioned in the motion. And now we'll move on to our action items. The first regarding the Abrams B housing, Abrams Park budget. And we'll turn it over to Sarah Blake when we get to public comment. Sarah, even though you might live in Preston, I wasn't sure, but we'll get to public comment as soon as we have a staff presentation and some council questions, clarifying questions. Okay, Matt, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I should probably introduce myself, Matt Mogensen. I'm the Assistant City Manager here at the city. So tonight we're here to talk about a couple of our annual budgets that come before you each year. So these items usually come together they come together, but they're listed separately on the agenda. And the reason for that is we need two separate actions. So two separate budgets, right? But because they're so intertwined and everything, it's kind of more efficient and easier to kind of present it at once. So what we'll do tonight is we'll kick it off here, and then I'm gonna allow Summer Perkins, who's with Greystar Residential, to do the detailed presentation on the budget numbers. And then we'll come back and we'll answer any questions you have and talk about some bigger things that are happening right now. But for those who are maybe newer to this, so Preston Park was purchased by the city about 2016, consists of 354 units. Within there, we have 2 and 3 bedrooms. And then Abrams Park is about 194 units, and that consists of 2 and 4 bedroom units. Both of these properties have very low and low income level housing within them to a certain portion. The day-to-day operations of both of these properties are run by Greystar Residential, so we have contracted with them. Annually, they prepare the budget for us, and then we get together and go through that budget and make sure that it looks good from the city's point of view, and then together we present it to the city council for adoption. One of the mistakes that was brought up this afternoon in our staff report was on page, actually I don't have the page ready, but it's the very last page of the staff report under the budget allocation for Abrams Park. And within there, it mentioned the breakdown of the city's allocation is going to be $1,782,220. That number is correct. However, what wasn't correct is the debt that we make on this property each year. So we're currently paying $1,075,000 each year of debt payment. So that will leave a general fund disbursement of $707,220 this year. And with that, we're going to ask Summer to go ahead and run through her presentation. So, yeah.
Welcome, Summer. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Mr. Mayor, some of us didn't catch that mistake. Could he go over that again?
Sure. Summer, if you could just hold off for a moment. Brian, could you repeat and give us time to find it? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, that was, so it is of the staff report, it should be page 3 of the Abrams Park.
3
budget.
of Abrams Park.
Item 13A, page 3, under the fiscal impact.
So the 1,782,000 was correct. And what was
Yes.
the error?
Our debt service is $1,075,000 annually. It's not this, what's in the report is 735. That's just principal and interest, but we have a number of other things we pay as well annually.
So instead of 735,000, that number should be 1 million and how much?
75,000. So the remainder of that, $707,220 will be the disbursement to the general fund.
Thank you for that clarification.
And we're doing something a little complicated here with Summer. So Summer, are you able to talk to us right now? You unmute yourself. She's the phone number in the attendees list. Yeah.
No, I tried to get her to talk earlier.
Perhaps it's either *9 or there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, your volume of your voice is a little bit low.
Okay, let me see what I can do there. How about now? Is that better?
It's a little bit better.
Okay. We're unmuted. Okay, is that better now?
I think so.
Okay. My apologies, technology. Well, thank you, Matt, for the introduction. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. I'm Summer Perkins. I am the Director of Real Estate for Greystar, the property management partner for Abrams Park and Preston Park Apartments. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening and to continue to work with the residents of the city of Marina over the last year. With the combination of wonderful residents and the effective staff that we've built over there and some restructuring that we've done, we've seen some really positive changes at both communities. Greystar looks forward to, providing the residents at both Abram and Preston Park a comfortable and quality living experience. We've continued some capital improvements throughout the communities that will allow these properties to remain a desirable neighborhood for renters, as well as a continued source of affordable housing for the general populace of Marina. Could we go to the second slide, please? This evening, we'll cover the, apologies, it should be the 2023-2024 fiscal year overview, or sorry, no, the current year overview, the market rents, highlights of the Section 8 and affordable housing, and then our 2023-2024 budget for both properties. We can move on to the next. Thank you so much. In our current year highlights, we've done some building upgrades at both properties. That includes garage door sensor lights that are currently being installed and have been over the past couple of months. We've done some dryer vent cleaning in our 2-bedroom units. We have upgraded to solar lighting. My apologies. We are budgeted for this year to upgrade to solar lighting. That has been postponed due to the availability of materials. We are working through that with our vendors and project that this project will continue in November of 2023 and is proposed in our upcoming fiscal year budget. We've done our annual tree trimming, gutter cleaning, irrigation repairs, and replanting. We've done a slurry seal coat and of the all of the roadways. That was all done back in May. We've done trip hazard mitigation. And lastly, we've done some gopher abatement, and that continues to be an ongoing project with our pest control vendor. And then roof preventative maintenance is under review and will be completed in Q4 of 2023 as part of the New Year's budget. In addition, we continue to not upgrade, but review our longstanding residents who've been there for many years and need some upgrades to their units as they wear and tear. So in a typical year, we have several long-term residents go through the process to refresh their flooring, paints, and appliances. These services are extended to long-term residents upon notification or inspection, one of our annual inspections that we do, indicating replacement is necessary based on age or condition. In effort to support green initiatives, in addition to the Marina Coast Water District and other utility conservation programs, Greystar purchases and installs water or energy saving devices as replacement as needed. PG&E continues to work directly with income eligible residents to weatherize their homes at no cost to the residents or community. As we look at our revenues in upcoming slides, our revenues are primary sources, our rent, which includes Section 8 housing vouchers. When we get to discussing our market rent increases, so we evaluate our rents annually, and in 2010, the City of Marina adopted a rent formula capping the annual rent increase of market rent to our current residents at 3%, or the Department of Labor Consumer Price Index, CPI, whichever is the lower of the two, provided that that increase does not exceed the market rent for new renters, or of new renters. If we go to the next slide, we can look at our current market rent. The current market rent for new move-ins is calculated by comparable market rent levels in the competitive market throughout the year per the City of Marina, or the Marina City Council approved formula in 2010. The market rents for new move-ins are fluid throughout the year and change according to those market conditions. Our current market rates for new move-ins are at Abrams Park, our 2 bedrooms are $2,350. We've got some upgraded units that are $2,500. And then our 4-bedroom units are, range from $3,225 to $3,350. And then the remodeled 4 bedrooms are $3,450. As note, there are 4 2-bedroom homes and 8 4-bedroom homes that have additional features that warrant those higher rental rates. The average in-place rent for our 2 bedrooms is $1,604, and our 4 bedrooms is $2,279. Those are for our current existing residents. The proposed budget results in a year-over-year increase of 2.6% in total rental income from the original budget for the current fiscal year, or an increase of $97,000. This would include that 3% increase for all of our market rate or our in-place units for our current rentals upon the renewal. For Preston Park, our 2 bedrooms range from $2,375 to $2,475. We've got an upgraded model that's $2,525 to $2,625, and a 3-bedroom at $2,800. Upgraded units are $2,925 to $3,000. As note, we have 19 2-bedroom homes and 7 3-bedroom homes that have additional features with those upgraded features that increase their rates. The 2-bedroom average in-place rent at Preston Park is $1,716, and the average 3-bedroom in-place market rent is $2,242. For Preston Park, the proposed budget results in a year-over-year decrease of 0.2% in overall total rental income from the original budget for the current year, or a $16,000 variance. The decrease there is because our budget reflects an occupancy of 98%, so there's a little higher vacancy expectation, and we do anticipate some bad debt. That said, the properties have been operating around 99% occupancy, so it's likely we will net out or increase our revenues here. Those numbers again include the 3% increase for our current in-place rent. Next slide, please. Thank you. Both properties accept Section 8 vouchers from residents who qualify through Monterey County Housing Authority. The fair market rents are published annually in May of 2023. The current in-place rents for 2 bedrooms are $2,784. There is a utility allowance subtracted from that, So the rental rate is $24.92. On the 4-bedroom for Abrams Park, the rental rate is $38.36. And my apologies, there's a bit of an error here on what we posted, but the 3-bedroom rate for Preston Park is $39.47 with a utility allowance of $382, bringing that rental rate to $35.65. Affordable rates are derived from the median income schedules published by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Rental rates at both properties are based on 50% and 80% of the median income. For Monterey County, we have listed out here the 50% and 80% income limits. We have units that have low income and very low income, and those are set at 30% of area median income. We could move to the next slide unless there's any questions on the above slide.
All right, Summer, thank you. Let's take a pause so that council members can ask questions or provide comments if they wish. I guess we're clarifying questions. I forget how. Oh no, just there's no questions at all. There's no questions at all. Summer, we can't ask you any questions.
Okay.
So please continue.
I'm sure there'll be some. Thank you. Okay, in the next slide, perfect. The 2023-2024 upcoming fiscal year budget overview. For Abrams Park, our income and net operating income were outlined in attachment A that was provided to the council. Our current year forecast of income is scheduled to be favorable $79,000 to our original budget for the current year. The upcoming fiscal year, 2023-24 budget assumes $3.8 million in total income, which is an increase of $111,000 from our prior year. The fiscal year 23-24 budget assumes a net operating income of $2.5 million after our operating expenses of $1.3 million and a net cash flow of $288,000 after capital expenses, debt service, and distribution. Our expenses, as outlined in attachment D in the budget package provided, include operating expense projections and relevant changes from 2022-23 to the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. Operating expenses include expenditures for routine maintenance of the property, redecorating expenses as they apply to the unit turnovers, and expenditures related to the daily operations of the leasing office. Overall total expenses proposed for fiscal year 23-24 are 1.6% higher than the estimated actuals for the current year. Greystar seeks to maximize cost savings via our national leverage with our vendors, lowering our utility expenses through installation of water and energy savings devices, while contending with continued inflation and those costs associated to that. Owner distributions, I believe this may be the one that has the error here, but I will let Matt confirm that. In our next slides, we just have the breakdown for each. Oh, sorry.
One moment, Summer. Matt was about to confirm that distribution number.
That the total distribution number is correct.
That is correct. So 1.7 million.
So 1.7. Thank you.
The subsequent slides here are just the details and the breakdown of each category. before we move on to capital, were there any questions on the high-level overview of the budget?
I think with our current policy, Summer, we won't be asking questions until presentation
Okay,
and after
Thank
public
you.
comment.
I think we will move down to slide 12, which is the capital. Thank you. Expenses categorized as capital directly impact the long-term value of the community. They include roof replacements, exterior painting, large-scale landscaping improvements, and interior upgrades, including appliances and carpeting. We do annual unit-by-unit inspections and forecast the next 5 years based on those inspections of what interior unit upgrades we may need. The 2023-2024 recommended capital projects include sidewalk, tree root, and gutter repairs at $45,000, garage door opener installation at $351,000, gutter cleaning $7,100, roof maintenance $20,000, dryer vent cleaning at $7,700, termite inspection at $13,000, landscape upgrades, tree trimming, arborist, irrigation repairs, and timer replacements at $67,500. And then our solar lighting additions at $73,000. We have spec 2 unit renovations to upgrade some of the units. Planning for 2 of those at $70,000 or $35,000 each. The Capital Reserve Fund, adoption of the proposed budget will result in a contribution of $2,811 per unit during the fiscal year. The replacement reserve only conceptualizes typical replacements. It does not contemplate or allow for unknown expenses, which are typical, particularly as buildings continue to age. In reviewing the physical needs of the property, and in conjunction with recommendations from the City of Marina Building Department, Greystar recommends the maximum reserve withholding per unit per year going forward. This withholding would ensure that the asset holds adequate reserves to perform necessary replacements and repairs to protect the useful life of the building. We've provided that in attachment F of your budget package. We will move on. So this attachment F has all the details of each line item and the costs, including the 5-year plan. Moving on to Preston Park. In our 2023-24 budget overview, income and net operating income are outlined in attachment A. The current forecast of income is favorable $73,000 to the original budget. Fiscal year 23-24 budget assumes $7.4 million in total income, which is an increase of $24,000 from the current budget year. The 23-24 budget assumes a net operating income of $5.4 million. That's after 1.9, almost 2 million in net operating or total operating expenses. And a net income of 2.6 million after our capital, debt service, and distributions. Expenses as outlined in attachment D include operating expenses, projections, and relevant changes from our fiscal year 22-23 budget to the proposed budget 23-24. Operating expenses typically include, again, the expenditures for routine maintenance of the property, redecorating upon turnover of units, and anything related to daily leasing and administrative office needs. Overall total operating expenses proposed for 23-24 are 0.9% higher than the estimated actuals for 22-23. Again, Greystar seeks to maximize our cost savings through our national partnerships and by lowering our utility expenses through installation of water and energy saving devices while combating that inflation. Owner distributions for this upcoming year, Preston Park, is $1.9 million. Our next slides are the breakdowns, Exhibit A and B. And that brings us to the 23-24 capital for Preston Park. Our recommended capital projects include sidewalk, tree root, gutter repairs at $45,000. Garage door opener installation project, $351,000. Gutter cleaning, $7,100. Roof maintenance, $28,000. Termite inspection, $19,000. Landscape upgrades, tree trimming, arborist, irrigation repairs, timer replacements at $67,500. Solar lighting additions, $93,000. And again, looking to renovate 4 units for $160,000. Adoption of this proposed budget will result in a maximum contribution of $2,516 per unit during the next fiscal year. All of this is included in attachment F, which is our next attachment. We have all of the details of and the breakdown for the 5-year capital plan and the replacement reserves at the bottom. And that is the end of our presentation. We look forward to continuing to serve the City of Marina, managing these 2 properties, and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Summer. If I could add a couple more things of discussion before you go to the public and then come back for the larger conversation and questions. The first is that in Preston Park, another thing that we monitor that is different from Abrams is what we call our loan reserve. So in 2026, we're going to have a 10-year interest-only loan come due. And our goal has been to save a minimum, I believe it was $6 million to start with, but we've been doing really well, so we continued on. So this year, the beginning balance for those loan reserves is going to be a little over $9 million. And we are projecting that by the end of this year, we're going to be at about $11 million that we're going to have to put towards that Preston Park loan in 2026. So that's something we monitor closely. And that is also with building in, another thing that you see 5 years of capital replacement reserves in this budget document, but we actually have a much larger schedule behind the scenes that helps us to see that what's going to happen on year 6, at year 10, so that we can kind of continue to make sure we have enough money put aside. So we've done a lot of work to make sure that the funds will be able to substantially take care of all of our needed replacements as time goes. Another thing to point out on the larger project kind of front this year is garage doors were a large openers or a large expense that initially we didn't have in the budget, but after we thought about it more, we're like, this is a really important thing we need to do. We've heard for years that there's significant parking problems at Preston Abrams Park, and we've been working on different ways we can address these. For example, on Abrams Park this year, we've designed an expansion to the Ingman parking lot, which is right off of Ingman Court. And that's going to be starting construction, I believe, in a couple of months here down the road. Our Public Works is significantly involved with that and is helping out. So that's going to expand some parking on that side. However, we've also noticed that a lot of people don't use their garages. And for us, that's a lot of parking spaces that aren't being used. It's putting a lot of pressure on the streets. So in order to think down the road of a parking program, we thought it was very important that we start with just having a unit, a garage door open in every unit. So again, for Preston Park, that's going to mean that is a capital project this year of $569,000. And for Abrams Park, that's $315,000. And then I'll probably take 3 months about to put all those in. So we're thinking by the beginning of next year, at which point then we'll be coming back to the council to talk about a parking management program a little bit more once we start to see a little bit more how the inventory works. So those are two of the bigger things that I just wanted to point out. In addition to the capital program, that there is a 30-year schedule that we pay attention to as well.
All right, great. Thank you. Good teamwork, Summer and Matt. So let's go to public comment and then we'll go to city council comment. And Sarah Blake, if you're there, please raise your hand. We'll get to you. Let's see if Denise has a good connection. Denise Turley, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sitting in the dark with just the light on my cell phone. Oh, so I promised there would be, since it was 2 agenda items, there would be 3 minutes per agenda item. Was incorrect? If so, why?
Yeah, your 3 minutes are happening here. But we can barely understand you.
Question is 3 minutes per agenda item. Yes or no?
Yes, you're barely understandable, but everybody gets 3 minutes on each agenda item.
Thank you. Okay. I'm really dismayed at the quality of President in the
All right, Denise, we're having the same problem. Denise, we're having the same problem as before. We cannot understand you. You're cutting in and out. So let's go to Audra Walton, and I apologize, Denise. I'm sure this must be extremely frustrating for you. Go ahead, Audra.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, city council members, Preston and Abrams Park. I have to say that I'm disappointed that no meeting was had with the Preston and Abrams Park residents. I'm not quite sure, and I'm hoping that a reason can be given to us as to why we missed out on the opportunity to have some input into the budget. I understand that there is some questions or some concerns about long-term residents, and that there seems to be an idea that we're paying too little in rent. And so I'm wondering, just as one of those long-term residents, I've been in Preston Park, I've lived there since 1998. And as someone who's active in this community, hearing that you think that you're subsidizing me living here really kind of breaks my heart. And so I'd like to have some more clarification as to why we seem to be being picked on. We have been in Preston Park since before Preston Park became Preston Park, if you will, or Preston Abrams. And we've lived through the structures being not livable with all boarded up and waiting for them to expand and clean. Our rents went to support those endeavors. And like I said, I'm really quite disappointed that we didn't have an opportunity to sit in as we have been in previous years with respect to this particular budget. And then I would like to know if the numbers are available, how much money Preston Park is losing to keeping those rent controls intact for its longer term residents. And if you are considering raising our rent, how much would that really go to support the endeavors that the city thinks that quite possibly thinks that they're missing out on by keeping us in the rent controlled category as long-term Preston and Abrams Park renters. I hope that my question was clear for you guys. And if it wasn't, I hope that I can come back and clear it up for you.
All right. Thank you, Audra. I wrote down 2 questions and we'll get to those when public comment is over. And right now we're going to move to Sarah Blake. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you. I just want to echo the former speaker and the question as to why our tenant association wasn't included in the budget talks. This has been something that has always occurred for the past 2 decades. So it is a little concerning that our community members were not welcomed to the table to have this discussion. I've been a resident at Preston for 13 years, and there have been talks or concerns about rent raises for people who've been here for an extended period of time. I will let you know that if rent is increased, we would not be able to live here because we have our jobs and we've adjusted to the rent that we currently pay. Little bit about me, I'm a middle school teacher and I just had a baby, so I have turned to being a stay-at-home mom. We are unable to afford childcare at this time, so my husband is the sole breadwinner at this point. And just as we embark on this new journey for our family, I am definitely fearful when I hear these kinds of rumors floating. And I feel like the haves and have-nots in this community are becoming more pronounced. In our small city with the building of these luxury homes, they're like right in our backyard. And I've lived here for years. We can't afford it. I urge this council to ensure that our Preston and Abrams Park rents are not somehow raised to the unethical levels of our surrounding areas. I have resided here again for 13 years. I'm a solid tenant. I've never paid late. I take really good care of our unit, even though the administration of Preston does not. I'm still wondering when they will update my 13-year-old carpets. I haven't been offered that review that was spoken about. Our many residents in this community rely on stable rent here to survive. And being a new mom, we would be displaced if things shifted. So I'm just requesting that this committee look out for a huge part of our community and ensure that we are taken care of because we are an integral part of this community. We pay our taxes, we work here, we live here, especially when we're talking about like the Blue Zone project, you know, like you can't worry about fitness and eating healthy if you don't have a roof over your head. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. All right, let's go to Paula Pillow. Welcome, Paula.
Good evening. I apologize. I had not intended to speak this evening. I thought Denise would be able to do the speaking. I am caring for a very ill family member, so this is very difficult for me. I will spitball this. It's my understanding that we'll have 3 minutes to speak on Abrams and 3 minutes to speak on Preston. And yes, we normally, for new council members who aren't aware of this, we normally meet the city staff and management several times before this budget comes to the city council. We've done that for over 2 decades, in addition to holding meetings with other staff members, perhaps police and fire, and so that we can have a real conversation and work collaboratively. That did not happen. We asked for it numerous times. We didn't get it. So that is extremely disappointing. And it gives us the impression that the city doesn't give a rat's patootie about what tenants feel and believe and experience here. So that is very disappointing. And I think a couple of people have already expressed that. Specifically to rent increases that people are talking about, I did send all of you a rather lengthy document that talks about what our budget concerns are. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about them, but I would like to point out that, as I've said before, housing is a human right and affordable housing is. The 2010 resolution that allowed for a 3% or CPI increase is fair. The city is not losing money. The reason for the disparity has been many of the upgrades that have been made and the fact that the city, when it enacted the resolution, did not enact vacancy control. So rents at the market level could be charged as to what they are in the community. And as you are aware, the community rents are out of control. Over the last 2 years, rents have soared in Monterey County for 2 and 4 bedroom units by about 48%, whereas the CPI during those same 2 years, the cost to owners only went up about, 10.5%, which is very high. It's actually very high. So, and you have a mechanism to raise the rents higher than the 3% according to state law. So that is an option for you. But this idea that you're subsidizing us because you're not following the greed of private owners is just that. It's a notion. It's not real. And I'll have more to say in the next 3 minutes if we can do that for Preston as well. And I apologize that Denise can't speak, and I'm apologizing to my family for being distracted by this right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. All right, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So this whole thing, I mean, the Abrams and Preston sounds like a city within a city. I mean, I'm assuming that it has its own budget. So if they're going to spend $500,000 on garage door openers, which I think is way overkill in this particular case, but is that coming out of their budget? It has nothing to do with the city of Marina, I'm assuming. That's the first question. Boy, they're getting things fixed and polished and shined up. Boy, I wish the city of Marina was like that. But anyways, is there demographics of these two parks? Do you have statistics on race, income? I mean, you are I guess you are renting these facilities, so I'm assuming you keep some statistics. Just wondering if the city has something. What are some of the, I mean, are you ever considering selling some of these parcels? It would be sustainable if you sold some of them to seniors or veterans if they qualified. Make Marina more sustainable, through some type of financial program. I mean, there's all kinds. It would be nice, but if you want to keep everybody a renter, then it just people coming and people leaving. So it's not really, I don't know. What is the long term for these parks? I mean, is the city going to hold on to it and pay the note off and then just maximize the profit off it, or do they want to sell this thing as one big property or different, or sell it as individual properties and make Marina more sustainable? But I don't know. It just seems like a city within a city. And I'm assuming you have 2 separate budgets and you have somebody, a third party, taking care of it. Boy, it sounds like what the city of Marina needs. I mean, fixing this, fixing that. I mean, I can name a dozen things in Marina itself that are broke, but it just sidewalks, potholes. But over there, you've got this agenda like we're going to get these fixed. My God, it sounds like it's pretty positive. I wish Marina was like that, but oh well. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. And we've noted your questions to be answered later. Let's go to Daniel. Welcome, Daniel.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I grew up here in Monterey County, and I've lived in Preston Park with my wife now for about 4.5 years or so. Regarding what was brought up about the review of or the upgrade review for tenants, I did want to touch on that because it hasn't been done for us. And I'm curious if it's been done to other tenants as well. That means for long-standing tenants. We've had our appliances here for 13 years, which have never been replaced. Same garage doors. So we don't have automatic garage doors, actually. Carpets, same carpets as well, never been replaced. And I'm curious what data there is for the tenants that don't use, or I'm sorry, that do use the vehicles and park their vehicles in their garages, or that aren't using the garages, because that was brought up. It is scary that we could possibly become displaced with the talks about raising the rent, because there's not a whole lot of other options out there. This is an expensive place to live. So I hope that there can be a positive resolution, and that's up to you guys to decide.
All right, Daniel, did you have any more input at this time?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll touch on your points as soon as public comment is over and we have some city council discussion. All right, anyone else wishing to speak who hasn't yet? Yeah, so 3 minutes for each item. Are we on both items right now, or are we on Abrams right now? Okay, so what we're going to do, since the presentation was on 2 agenda items, we'll have a second round of public comment starting now. So if you'd like to raise your hand now, we'll take those. And we'll start with Paula Pillow.
Thank you, Bruce. Again, I apologize for not having any prepared remarks, and I may be a little scattered for that reason. And also, as I mentioned, taking care of an ill family member. So I sent a lot of these comments already in, but specifically on this parking issue, and Bruce, you know, this has been a long-term issue out here. We have repeatedly set aside money for parking expansion. We have the means to do it. We had the capital reserves to do it, and we have failed to do it. There seems to be still an issue with, do we really need it? These homes were originally and streets engineered and driveways for military housing. There was a restriction that there only be 2 vehicles per house. When it was reopened for family use and it became long-term family use, more vehicles were added. The street widths were not adequate for emergency vehicles. So immediately half of the streets where there was available parking was red curved. So it cut back on the parking. Now, this garage door opener, I have to say, I support it from a safety aspect. I don't support it from the aspect that we have been hearing at this meeting in particular, that this is somehow going to solve the parking problem. Years ago, I did a survey. It took me a while to go around and see how many garages were in Preston. I didn't do Abrams, I just did Preston, were actually being used exclusively for something else, storage, recreation, et cetera. And it was actually only about 35% of the residents. Now, that's not going to mitigate the parking problem here. So we are still going to have a parking problem. And many residents, like myself, have already purchased and installed at our own expense garage door openers for safety reasons. So I do see that as a problem. I would agree with the previous speaker. Don't agree with him on anything else, however, because there have been longstanding issues here that have not been addressed. Again, I want to reiterate that you are not subsidizing residents out here. Residents are, the budget is paying into the loan, which is increasing your overall equity in the end. And for the Preston property, and we are also paying the Abrams bond out of the Abrams revenues, which that Abrams bond, a large share of it went to other projects in the city, while the Abrams Park buildings had roof problems, window problems, and door problems for years. We have never met the number of required affordable housing units in Abrams Park that the regulatory agreements suggested, and it's registered as a deed restriction. And that's because of the bond has to be paid. And that's the reason. And so I'm running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Let's go to James Frazier. Hello, James.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, James.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I agree with many others who have commented that things are done here. Incidentally, I live in Abrams. That things are done here without consultation with the residents. We get letters on our door and emails that say we're doing this. And it may or may not be something that we consider a priority and a good use of the funds. That's an issue that needs to be dealt with. There needs to be more communication with us ahead of time, less of a top-down situation. I think I was curious about the reserve funds, but I think Matt, the assistant manager, answered that the city holds those, not Graystar, I think. But I also wonder if Graystar's budgets are independently audited in a way that the city can make sure that they're getting the true numbers. That's all. Thank you.
Let's go to Audra Walton. Welcome back, Audra.
Thank you. I also want to apologize for not having written comments ready. I'm at work. I'm trying to get out the door so where it can be a little less noisy for you. I wanted to express, so like I was saying, with respect to, okay, story time. I've lived here, I moved in 1998, beginning of my divorce. Military family. My husband at the time was in the Army, and Preston Park was only renting to military personnel, fire department, police department, very, very, very special people. I was one of those people. I also wound up joining the Air Force and then served in the Reserve and the National Guard while I lived in Preston Park and attended college, and etc. These things, for me, this is what builds a community. Having housing like this available to renters that wouldn't be able to be in this community any other way, other than in a rent-controlled atmosphere. I also wanted to say, and again, I'm sorry for the scatterbrain, but But when I first moved in, what they told me was that the properties would become rent to own. Eventually, my rents that I was paying in to my property that I've been living in would become, I would become the owner. I would go from lease to deed. And that hasn't happened. That I understand won't happen unless the city decides to sell the units like the gentleman a few calls ago was saying. So I mean, I am very thankful for having Preston and Abrams Park available to the community. But you know, if you look at the demographics, most of your Black community lives in Preston Park. So there's not a whole lot of foundational Black Americans or descendants of chattel slavery that own in the city of Marina. And I want you guys to really consider that. What you're talking about, or what I assume you may be talking about with respect to rent and raising them, you're talking about single moms, elderly people, retired military personnel who are on fixed incomes. And okay, and even if you were subsidizing them, so what? That's a beautiful thing. You got $1 million homes that you're selling, go ahead and subsidize 60 to 70 people. I don't think that it's going to break the city's budget to be helpful and keep people from becoming homeless. Thank you. I think that's my time.
Thank you very much, Audra. Let's go to Denise Turley. Hello, Denise. Welcome back.
Hi. We'll try again.
Hi.
So can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you sound clear now.
Okay. I've turned off every device I can think of. I'm in the dark with an old cell phone that's not online. Okay, here. All right. The Preston Abrams Parks Tenants Association started as a mandate from the city council to reduce the number of persons and issues coming to the city council meetings. They were to address quality of issue lives, and we've done that for 20 years. And somehow we've decided to do something different. So my questions are, why was there a change in the process? And this is maybe to the city attorney. Can the city evict by class just lived here too damn long as we've been threatened? Is there any reason that the BMR rents have not changed for several years? Answered in writing, please. How are the units that are being renovated? Are they going to be luxury or are they going to be BMR? I want you to know that the courtesy patrol just happens to be the maximum income that you can make and not lose CalFresh or any other Medi-Cal benefits. Strange parallel, okay? And I will finish by reading. Christina Medina Dirksen said that no council member sits on the council with the intention of enriching themselves. Since all of you council members are property owners, it is our intention that you not be suspected of raising rents to point to your own properties or to extort funds from existing or future tenants. Instead, with the induction of a vacancy control, you could keep the housing as it is, and other people have done it, and this city could too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. Great to hear you throughout the 3 minutes this time with no problem at all. Can you speak? Go
No,
ahead and
no,
raise your
no
hand, and
joke.
then we'll close public comment in about a moment. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll run through the questions. I don't have the name down here, but someone wanted more clarification on the long, I think this might have been Audra. Someone wanted, she wanted more clarification on the long-term residence policy of rent, I believe. And a couple other people, I think, were in that ballpark as well. And a couple other people like her also wanted to know why we've discontinued talks with the Preston Park Tenants Association. Let's take those two questions first.
Sure. Let's start with the rents topic. So in 2010, the city council passed a formula that they wished to use to make sure that rent stayed somewhat stable over time. That formula basically said that we could increase the rents by 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. So because CPI has been so high in the last year or so, it's been above 3%. So this year we have assumed a 3% increase. Currently, the policy is 3% is the biggest cap that any tenants would ever see. So I guess from the place of starting, nothing has changed from any of that. So nobody is being pushed out, or no rents are being increased dramatically based on that. So this year we were under the gun in a lot of different ways of putting this budget together. Greystar has some newer team members involved. We've been incredibly busy here at the city. It took us a little bit longer to get it put together. At the end of the day, this budget is basically the same as every budget we bring forward every single year. So there wasn't a whole lot to really discuss. Like I said, everything is pretty standard across the board. And I think that's probably the main reason why the discussion just on the budget didn't really seem like it was going to be as fruitful. We're always welcome and happy to meet with the Tenants Association at any time and sit down and talk about issues that are happening. And that's, sometimes the budget meetings were kind of more about that than they were about the budget. So we're just trying to accomplish as much as we can here. And if, I can talk to Greystar and we can set up a meeting in the next week or so with the Tenants Association and talk about current issues that people might be feeling. So I guess that's maybe the first two questions.
I have a little more comment on that. We still continue to meet with the Tenants Association. However, previously, the council had 2 council members appointed as a subcommittee that would meet with the Tenants Association to go over the budget. A year ago or 2 years ago, the council decided to discontinue have that subcommittee and have the budget come before the public. And the reason was for more transparency, because what was happening was a very private discussion between and it was just a small group of the Tenants Association, then two council members, and all these details were not ever getting out to the rest of the council. And so from a transparency point of view, the council said, let's not do that anymore. Let's have these budget discussions here in the open session so the whole council can be aware of all the issues. And I think you can see kind of the fruits of that decision is we have much more comment from the tenants, and you're hearing a lot of different perspectives. And that was the primary reason for that change. It was just trying to get more transparency and give the whole council an opportunity to hear all those comments from the tenants. It was not trying to shut anyone down. It was totally the opposite.
This issue, I'm sorry, Shep. Thank you. So this issue of potentially raising rents more on long-term residents than other residents has come up during public discussion tonight. And I know it's on my mind, but it's not part of this budget. So is it something we can discuss tonight? City Attorney?
I think tonight you really are focusing on the budget, but you could always direct staff to come back for a more robust discussion.
Okay, good advice, because there's lots of question by the public on this matter, and I have a lot of interest in it as well. And if tonight's not the right time to discuss it because it's not agendized properly to do so, then let's hold all the answers to that genre of questioning tonight from council and from public, and have that issue addressed, when possible. Okay, so Sarah and I think Daniel and maybe others talked about 13-year-old carpet, 13-year-old appliances, and can someone refresh us? Summer talked about a little bit, but what's the policy and what can long-term residents expect as far as amenities refreshing and upgrades?
So I can add that in the budgets this year, this is a relatively newer item. I believe that we built in at higher amounts. Preston Park, we're budgeting $80,000 for in-place resident upgrades. That could be the bathroom tubs falling apart for some reason, or the carpet needs to be replaced. And then in Abrams Park, we budgeted $60,000.
Now, in place, who does that leave out?
Well, in place means people who are living there currently. So when a unit turns, they go in there and they replace the carpet, paint, would do what they have to do. But it's people who have lived there for a long time. Sometimes things start to go downhill a little bit and they need a little help. On the appliances, those are also things that they should be checking on an annual basis in their inspections. If something is working, from my understanding, they don't necessarily replace it because it's working fine still. But actually, I'd like to ask Summer to talk a little bit more about the process of somebody requesting if they have not been offered that service.
And Summer, if you can confirm that each year the annual inspection looks at appliances, and if they're in good shape, according to the Gray Star inspection people, then they're left in place. And what's the process of if a resident thinks their dishwasher or whatever appliance needs to be replaced?
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. So annually, we do 100% inspection of all units. We check fire, life safety, we check appliances, carpet, just basically the maintenance of the unit, check for any leaks, any future issues we might see. And with that, we log anything that might need future capital work done. As it relates to replacements, if things are in working condition, we might note the age of those. But if it's still working, then we're not necessarily going to come in and replace. That said, as we've approached, the age of some of the units and the appliances and the carpet and these longer term residents that, have been here for 10 plus years, it's only been within probably the last year to 18 months that we've been looking at that differently, with the requests either coming in or that we're noting that, perhaps it's time, if this person's going to continue to renew, that the carpet's worn down, to a point where we need to replace it, or the appliances are becoming, maybe non-functional, they no longer make parts for those. And so it's just a continued evaluation where the conversations with Matt and Lane have been, okay, now I think we need to start budgeting for those contingencies for the longer term residents should those replacement requests or those needs come up as we're doing these inspections or throughout the year.
All right, thank you, Summer. Tommy asked, what's the funding source for the garage door openers? Meaning, is it coming out of the city's general fund, the city's pockets, or is it coming from the rent revenue that we receive from the tenants?
Mr. Mayor, that the answer is it would come from the rent revenue, the property generated income.
Okay. Next question, do we have any statistics on race or income of the tenants?
I do not have access to that information. Perhaps Summer might.
Do we collect it? Are we in possession of it? Summer?
We collect certain pieces of demographics, including income levels, like it's a range, and employment.
Okay, but nothing on
And then
race or ethnicity?
No, there is not. We do not collect that information.
I'm sorry? Okay, this is kind of off topic, but I think it can briefly be answered, so it's okay. Tommy asked if if our vision includes ever selling these.
I think that's something for a future discussion and thought of the city council.
Well, I'll answer, Tommy, that we've approached that subject before, and the answer has always been no. We'd rather sustain affordable rents compared to the general market, and those very low, and moderate income units, those below market rate rent units, which we think would go away if we sold to a private owner. So we like the idea that we sustain hundreds of more or less affordable units and some strictly affordable. And we like the idea that it's also an annual revenue for our city, so that our city is more self-reliant than just on taxes. It's good to have a robust portfolio, and this is an important part of our portfolio that benefits all residents and also retains hundreds of units in more or less affordable, different kinds of affordable categories. And so Tommy's next question is, what's our long-term vision for our parks? And I think that it's kind of what I just said. It's sort of status quo, but we haven't had that discussion for very long. Although since we're planning on paying off our loan or refinancing it, that indicates that we're in this for the long term. But we haven't taken that action yet, so we could change our long-term plan. We don't have to refinance, but right now that's plan A. All right. Daniel asked if we have data on how many garages are used for vehicles and how many are not.
I don't have any formal. I believe at one point it was reported 90% by Greystar.
Yeah, and Summer may have that. They based that off of the annual inspections. They went to the garages and checked all those that were used for storage and other things, and it was well above 90%.
So above 90% of the garages were being used not for vehicles, but for storage.
Correct.
Or living rooms, et cetera. Okay, and then Daniel commented that he was concerned, scared of having rent increases, and I think Sarah Blake as well. But in Daniel's case, I think he said he's been there for 4 years. If someone was there for 4 years, I think they've been paying full rent. Is that correct?
Well, when they move in, they would have been at what's considered the market rate, which is part of the presentation tonight. Then once you're in place, the most you can receive is a 3% increase.
Right.
Based on that.
So in Daniel's case, there is no city rumor, or I should say there's no city intent to change the very strict rent control of no more than 3%. So if you do get rent increases, well, we expect you will get rent increases of approximately 3% a year, but not more than 3% per year. So status quo for people like Daniel. It's the people that have been there for 16, 20, or, a long time that are receiving a reduced rent compared to newer residents. And that's the topic that we're not going to discuss tonight, but hopefully we will discuss that soon. Paula talked about the long-term parking problem. I don't know if we want to talk very much about that, because I think that might be outside the budget as well, or is it within the budget so we can talk about it?
Well, I think it's within it because, and the council has directed our staff and Greystar to come up with a parking solution. And as Paul had talked about, this has been discussed for years. But if you look at the total, we have 354 and 194 units at Abrams. If 90% are not parking in their garages, every unit has an indoor garage and a driveway. So every unit has the ability for two. And if well over 90% are not parking in the garage, you'll free up well over 500 parking spots on the streets. And so the parking problem that we have in the streets goes away very simply if people use their garages to park a car rather than storage. Now, if they want to elect, they want to want to keep storage in their garage, and the policy that we're working with Greystar gives them the ability, if they want to keep storage in the garage, fine, but they won't have the ability to park the car on the street. That's a choice they can make. And so we're working on that right now, but we also decided that if we're going down that route, because all the garage doors are manual, that just from a health and a safety point of view, it made sense to put in the automatic garage door openers, and that would facilitate it, make it much easier for people to pull in their garage and make it safer for them. They wouldn't have to get out of the car, lift it up, and get back in. And so that's why we're doing that. But we really wanted to budget for the garage door openers and then work on instituting that policy. We didn't want to put in all the garage door openers and then all of a sudden say, no, we're going to keep the same status quo. And the other issue was, if we wanted to expand parking around in the different cul-de-sacs, then we start taking away the open space. And like in the middles, you have these open space areas, and then it starts to turn into a sea of parking lots and things like that. And again, we're trying to make a nice development, keep our open space as much as possible. And when you have garages, that should be the primary use. And so those are some of our thoughts in the whole parking management policy and program.
Okay.
I would add, Mr. Mayor, I think since I've been here, we've talked about this problem, and it seems like this is a first step that makes a lot of sense. You gotta start someplace to solve the problem and then figure out if we have to go further in the future, but this is a reasonable place to start.
And another problem that you have is because we've never addressed it. If you live there, you can't have anybody come visit you. Pretty much, they can't find a parking space. So if you want to visit, if you want to socialize, they can't. No one can come, and that's because we have that parking problem. And so once the parking problem goes away, then all of a sudden we have guest parking spaces open up, and we would put guest parking spaces, and it really improves the quality of life of everyone substantially.
Okay. Daniel commented that he doesn't have a garage door opener, but that's because I think very few people do, but there's money in the budget this year to start putting garage door openers in all the units. But maybe nobody has them now. Is that the case?
There seem to be some kind of one-offs. We're not exactly sure how they got there.
It's kind of the newer upgraded units they put in garage.
So as people move in, they're getting
Correct.
them put in at the turnover. Okay. Denise talked to her concern about evicting by class. She asked the city attorney, can they evict us because we're long-term tenants? Would that be eviction by a class? Heidi, do you want to comment at all on that? Not that we're considering evicting anybody, but.
Yeah, I think that's just not part of tonight's discussion, and I haven't heard any rumors or direction or intention for that, but it's really outside the budget process.
Okay. And then Denise asked, is there any reason why the below market rate units haven't been updated? I wasn't sure about that question, but.
Yeah, well, we have our consultants, they compute what that rate should be, and whatever it is, that's what the rate is. And if it hasn't been increasing it's because that's the appropriate rate.
Okay.
We don't just automatically increase them 3%. It's based on a calculation that we have to follow.
Okay, so by not increasing it, is there a downside to the residents as far as their reception of benefits?
No change at all.
Okay. Vacancy control, I don't know if that's within today's budget discussion.
Through the mayor, I don't think that's really part of the budget. That seems to be that's a part of a bigger discussion that you're going to have regarding the future of these properties.
Okay, so we'll leave that to the future discussion. Any questions that someone else may have noted that I didn't address? We'd like to address them all. Councilmember McCarthy or Biala? Was there questions that you heard from the public?
Mr. Mayor, I did. So James Frazier asked, does Greystar have an independent audit for their budget?
Yeah, our city auditors, they review that. So we do have an independent auditor.
And who is that auditor?
Is Juan on the line? You could tell us.
Hi, Juan. We're wondering if you knew the name of our independent auditors the city pays.
Yeah,
for overseeing
it's,
Great Star's work.
Yeah, Siobhan and Associates is our auditor, and they audit every year. We've switched from a biennial audit to an annual audit. And then Great Star also provides us a number of operating reports every month. They give us the full details of all financials. It's a pretty big packet of information, pretty standard for what a third-party property management company would provide to an owner like us. So they do full bank reconciliations, full financials, full balance sheets, the whole nine every month, and they're very timely with those reports.
All right.
Great.
Thank you, Juan.
There's another question that that I think we need to answer. There's several people that talked about this idea of subsidizing other people in the units. So does the budget, can you explain how the budget wouldn't support that kind of idea or would? I'm not sure what they were, who the parties were that were substituting.
Yeah, they're addressing that issue that some are of the opinion that long-term residents are getting basically a discount on their rent.
Mhm.
And so some people are saying they're being subsidized and they don't like that term being applied to them,
Mhm.
nor do they want their rent raised any more than 3%.
Mhm.
They would rather stay at the lower rates that they pay compared to people that came after them who pay higher for the same unit.
Right. Well, I think we've just established no one across the board is going to be increased more than 3%. So that's kind of like, that should be off the table, but I don't know if that dissolves this idea of subsidy.
Just
I'm
a
not
point of
sure.
order, because I've heard this several times. I don't think we have established that. Have we?
No, we haven't. And so if the council wants to direct us at a future meeting to bring this item back, we can certainly do that. And that would give us time to prepare and get some statistics and information.
Okay.
So I would like that discussion so we all understand what the topic is and if there's any desire by council to do anything once we understand what the topic is. But not for tonight, sort of, unfortunately, but that's okay. All right, Kathy, do you have any other questions? Thanks for noting those. Okay, so now we'll go to Council Member McCarthy and comments and questions, everything you want to talk about.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I've lived in Preston, just for the benefit of the council, for what it's worth. It's a great place. It was a great place to live when I lived there. And I remember thinking how affordable then the market rate rents were, just my perspective. It's interesting that we are the board for Preston and Abrams. I don't think any of us, based on discussions we've had before, feel like we're the board. It's kind of the same situation with the airport to some extent, right? We're the board of this entity that, there's so much that we don't know, and it makes it really tough to have, I think, these kind of discussions that we're having tonight. Let's see. Summer did mention something about bad debt. I assume that's unpaid rents, and I'm curious if that is COVID related, or would we be likely to have that bad debt even if COVID didn't exist?
Summer can answer that. She's still there.
I'm still here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Summer.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, the bad debt, there is some COVID related bad debt that occurred in 2022, 2023 as we moved people out and they had some excessive balances. However, there is typically an expectation of some small bad debt each month as residents move out and maybe there's rent still owed. But it's a small percentage of, I want to say it's like 0.3% of the rental income.
Okay, thank you. And then there was some mention about solar lighting. Could you add some color or articulate more what that is? Are those like street lights? Are those solar units that I see above the garages, or?
That is a combination of both. So there's been a solar project to add exterior street lights that I think, we've we've pushed to future year budgets. And then we've started the addition of the solar lights on the garages, again, just to light up certain areas as we continue to evaluate the parking and the areas that might be lacking a bit.
Okay, and just a comment from me, you know, and it's kind of a personal frustration, but I've talked a lot about dark sky compliant lighting, and I've noticed that these lighting units that have been placed on garages at Preston and Abrams aren't dark sky compliant. And so I'm a little bit frustrated by that, just because it doesn't meet what I think this council has kind of articulated might be a long-term goal. But I'm hoping maybe we can have that discussion offline. This might not be the right place for that.
I think it is the right place because it's in the budget. And so
Okay.
if you don't want it in the budget or you want it to be held off until we have a discussion, this is a good time to talk about it.
Thank you for making that point. So yeah, I guess I would like to bring that up. I don't know if there's, you know, I'm not interested in, you know, replacing lights that we've already purchased at great expense to the city. But if there's an opportunity to maybe look at shielding for the existing lights, stop any more procurement of lighting that is in the pipeline until we can have that discussion. I think there's some value there. I just, it was just one area of this whole budget process that stood out as not in line with things this council has kind of mentioned in the past. And the last thing I want to say before I turn it over to others is kind of, I know we're not talking in depth about rents, but this idea of capping at 3% for in perpetuity will only dig us a really deep hole. And I just want to give this one example. So if we start in year 2000 for a rent price of 1,000 at 3%, by 2065, that rent is about $7,000. If we move that to 5%, let's say that's what inflation is, the rent becomes almost $24,000, which seems crazy to us, but in 2065, it may not seem so crazy. We're going to be in a world of hurt if there's some people paying $6,000 and some people paying $24,000 down the road. So I think we really need to have this discussion sooner rather than later, because it doesn't get better with time. So those are my comments for now, but I'm curious what the rest of the council has to say.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Although we should not talk too much about that tonight. James Fraser, I want to back up a moment, public comment, said he didn't like the idea that there were top-down decisions being made on what kind of improvements to be happening out in these two parks without any advanced consultation with the tenants. They might get a notice that within 72 hours or a short period of time, something's going to happen, like double pane windows or garage door opener is going to be installed or whatever. I'm not sure the details there. I'm just kind of guessing. So Summer or Matt or Lane, can we talk about the philosophy of how we decide what all the units improvements need to be and how much we allow the tenants to say yes or no?
You know, I think there's probably a great deal of industry standard that Summer can bring to this discussion. But, you know, the bigger projects like garage door openers are something that we discuss, you know, with Greystar and internally and decide that's a project we want to take forward. But on the things where they go in, they got to change the batteries and the smoke detectors, they got to clean the air filters, all those type of things. That all happens on a schedule that Greystar manages for us because that's not our expertise here at the city. So we'll let Summer kind of, there's probably a standard on how many hours ahead you got to give them before you can enter the unit and all that stuff. And I'm sure she can enlighten us.
So Summer, can you discuss the industry standard of landlords deciding what kind of improvements to do and what kind of consulting that we do with tenants?
Absolutely. So annually, we have multiple items that we need to complete as part of our annual inspections, as part of our annual fire life safety testing. We are only required in California to give a 24-hour notice. We try to give more as long as it's a project that is planned. So at least 48 hours, you know, a couple weeks if we can. I think perhaps the larger projects that are capital projects that have been approved in the budget, again, we take those out for RFP, which is a request for proposal. We gather at least 3 bids. We analyze those bids. We compare apples to apples. We submit that to the city for review before we proceed with any projects. And then we get, you know, we go with the best vendor to complete the job. And for those larger projects, that might be paving, it might be window replacements, roof issues, we do our best to notify well in advance of those major projects. The only instance where we might have short notice would be if there's an emergency where we need to address certain issues. But we're constantly inspecting, as you know, based on feedback from residents, if we've had HVAC issues, if we have, you know, roof issues, things that we need to and want to get ahead of for future and preventative maintenance requirements.
Thank you, Summer. Let's go back to council comments. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is questions and comments. I'm going to start with a comment that I really appreciate the information that Greystar has provided. Taking a look at the market cap, the market analysis was eye-opening, considering that we have 354 units and 99% occupied and among the lowest average square foot. We are really in providing a good balance of affordable housing, and I appreciate all the information that was, you know, painting this picture for us. So with that in mind, I have some questions, and let's go back with starting with this 3%. I'm sorry, how much do we owe on these properties?
I'm going to ask if, while I speak for a second here, if Juan actually has that information on hand. But Preston Park, I assume we're going to be close to 36 million.
Right,
Because that's
roughly 36 million.
Yeah. And Abrams, I think we started at 14 million. So today I would say probably about 12.
I think it's less than that. One knows that number.
The principal balance of the Abrams note is 8.3 million.
Okay, so we're looking at about in excess of $35 million that we still owe on these properties.
More like 43, 44 million.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, starting from that premise, I just wonder, and I'm fully supportive of a continued conversation to really look at. We're in the business of being a landlord here. I cannot think of any other city in our county that actually has property that it owns in its portfolio. Is that correct?
Right. I'm not aware of anyone else in the county. Actually, we're pretty unique in California. Well, most cities don't do this.
Right. So, you know, with that premise, I would be fully interested in having a community conversation about whether we want to keep these in our portfolio, because we're really under no duty to be landlords. And it puts us in an interesting predicament when state law gives us up to 10% increase as landlords annually. And we're looking at a 3% increase that there seems to be some concern about. So I just want to voice a little bit of concern about why do we have property in our portfolio?
So I can answer a couple of things just because I was here when we purchased Preston and not Abrams. So Preston we acquired from Ford. We were in a lawsuit with them, and ultimately the council decided to purchase the property rather than go to court on that. When we purchased it, the appraised value was $72 million. And so that was 10 years ago. We purchased it for 36 million. And so I can pretty much guarantee you land values have appreciated since then. So the property is worth far more than what we owe on it. And there's a lot of reasons why the council purchased the property. Some are, as has been mentioned tonight, it was to be able to keep affordable homes priced in our community. It was also to have these affordable low income homes and be able to do those. But also part of it was to, and this is the benefit to the whole community. The property was not purchased just for the benefit of the residents of Abrams and Preston. It was purchased for the benefit of the whole city of Marina. And these properties contribute money to the general fund. And so part of the decision was this is the opportunity for this to operate as a business also to generate money to the general fund. And currently right now, between the two properties, they contribute $2 million a year to the general fund. And so that's another reason why we're doing it. It's not just for the benefit of the residents there. It really is the whole community. Now, since I've been here probably since at least that resolution was adopted in 2010, the contributions to the general fund have never increased, even though the rental income and a lot of things have increased more. Now, what the council has focused on since we purchased these properties was putting a lot of the rental income back into capital improvements. We put on roofs and we painted and made a lot of capital improvements to the project, replace the doors, replace the windows, and these properties are in far better shape than when we acquired the properties. But now that we've put a lot of money into the improvement of the properties, and if you look at the capital programs, you'll see over the next few years, the fund balance in the capital project is really going to start increasing. And the council has the ability to make some decisions on, okay, do you want to shift even more monies to the general fund? And again, those are some of the original premises of why we're.
Okay. I understand that, but also from a business perspective, would we not collect more money as property taxes if this were independently owned by another company that had no strings attached to do all the things that we're doing? I'm just taking a little bit of issue with some people saying that we're greedy. A 3% increase when the state law allows a 10% increase. I take issue with that, and perhaps in future conversations, let's do the market analysis and let's see what it would look like if it was out of our hands. And we're under no obligation to. Are we under any obligation to provide housing for our residents? Again, and I'm saying this from a point of view, I'd like to correct the record. I am not a property owner. I hold no property in my name. So I just wonder, maybe this is going a little askew from the budget, but I'm just taking a little bit of issue with us being in this particular business, and perhaps we don't need to be.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions, probably for Matt. Let me go back here. So the rents are adjusted for a determined amount for the water, sewer, and garbage that residents pay directly to the provider for those services. Are these fixed amounts, or do they vary based on the size of the garbage can that residents use and the amount of water that they use? Do tenants have an incentive to conserve water, or will they be paid for what they use anyway?
I'll give you the answer I can, which is so in Preston Park, the individual units do pay for the water directly. So there's that direct relationship. In Abrams Park, it's more, there's 1 meter per building. So then the water is kind of portioned out into different water bills based on just, I guess an average for the whole building. And that's what makes the watering, the outside landscaping a little bit different too, between the two properties. For trash, I'm not sure if they can get a different size container, but I can imagine it's either the medium or the small because they got to go in the garage.
Right, they're the same as anyone else in the city. They can choose which container size. So the residents, individual residents, pay for the service. They call it
Directly.
correct. They call them directly.
Oh, they do that. So
Right.
That's what it said
So
here.
the PG&E bills are paid by the residents. Their trash is paid by the residents, and then as Matt said, the water's a little.
So
this sewer as well, because it's kind of half and half. So you have half like Monterey 1, which is picked up by the property, and then the other half is the MCWD.
So we can scratch the garbage in this sentence. The rents are not adjusted for garbage.
They have been for quite some time. I'm not sure when that practice started. But
Yeah, it's my understanding that the rents are adjusted to garbage, assuming that these people have to pay for garbage. So we're trying to keep in mind what their expenses are for living there. And we gave them a break by lowering their rents to make it more affordable for them to pay for utilities.
So my question is the rent lowered by a fixed amount? Or do they get reimbursed for if they choose to use a lot of water or have a large garbage can?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because they get reimbursed for what they spend.
So through the mayor, the utility allowance is set through the Monterey County. They publish rates every year. Acceptable amounts would be for, it's typically for affordable projects or Section 8 projects, but we applied that to the property as a whole.
So it's fixed but adjusted yearly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. Let me see here. Oh yes, I still don't understand page 7. Sorry if I need so much guidance, but just below the table, it says very low income rental rates are set at 30% of AMI, less utilities, and low income are set at 30% of 60% of AMI. So how can it be that the very low are set at a higher percentage than the low? Do I misunderstand this?
I'm not sure about the direct language, but let me just try and explain, I guess, the way it works more, just in the theory of it. So for very low property income people, they qualify based on 30% of the area median income. However, I'm sorry, 50% of the area median income. However, their rent is set at 30% of what their income would be. So if the area median income is $100,000, 50% of that is what they can qualify on. So that's $50,000. 30% of that is what their rent has to be set at.
Okay.
So their housing costs are 30%.
Oh, so I should say here 30% or 50%.
Yeah.
Okay, that's missing in the sentence.
And so
Then
that's
I
for
understand it.
very low,
Yeah.
and then for low, it's 60.
I think it's missing in the, okay, it just said 30%
Okay.
and not 30 or 50. Okay, that's solved. Okay. I'm trying to understand all this, okay?
Thank you for all your questions provided in advance. That was great.
Okay, we're not talking about that today. That's for future. I want to ask this. Oh yeah, one more question about the long-term maintenance plan. I was glad to read, the 5-year overview, and you mentioned there's a longer term plan. Would we be able to see that plan? Can it be shared with us?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to see that because I'm just a little bit concerned that it might not be enough. That's what I saw in those 5 years. But if I see the longer one, might be in there. And almost there. Okay, and this is quite an important one for me. Page 14. I think that's for the Preston part one. Okay. So it might be in Abrams. Totally confusing. Oh, it's the wrong page, that's why. Okay,
one?
sorry. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. I was looking for. Okay, I can just mention you have it in front of you. The numbers do not add up, the totals. And one total is only $2 off. And the other one is off by a larger amount, but it's just the principle. Are these numbers not automatically calculated? And how do I know that I can trust any of the other numbers that I've read?
Well, a couple things. First, this is part of a much larger workbook that or model or whatever Graystar uses that generates budgets. I think that the $2 difference was a rounding error. So I talked to Summer earlier today, and she might have an answer to help me here as well. But the $2 difference, we think throughout the entire calculations all the way down is a rounding error because they put cents, and in our budget we're not using pennies.
That makes sense.
But on the other part of it, I know Summer was looking into the The other number that you pointed out, which I can't quite see right now, is the first one, which is is that the budget number or yeah, total budget number. Go ahead, Summer.
Sure. I think I went back through that number where there was that discrepancy on Preston Park, and I did manual calculations, and I wasn't able to replicate the error that you were finding. So I think I just needed to look at the same data set that you were looking at, because the manual calculations that I did were correct.
I'm looking at the page in the staff report.
So it's the bottom line of attachment E, Summer. So at the net cash.
For the prior year forecast.
Right, and everything that I added up added to that number, and so I'm not sure where the discrepancy that you found lies. If it was manual calculations that you had done, or how you came to that discrepancy. But this is a large workbook that we do online, and it's all formula driven. It's not, there are no manual calculations that we do within that. And so again, it rounds everything up or down to the nearest cent. But I can absolutely look in further.
Maybe I can,
discrepancy.
I can get back.
Okay, Summer, Elizabeth, Councilmember Fisher is going to follow up with you and Matt after the meeting.
Yes, thank you very much.
Maybe
These were my
tomorrow.
questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But thanks. Thank you, Summer, and thanks, Elizabeth, for providing all your questions in advance. That takes hours, what you did, just to provide the questions. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say that based on the public comment, I am a little bit concerned about the lack of communication, maybe with Greystar and the community. And I'm wondering if they do any customer surveys. I'd like to be able to know that the agency that we have hired to maintain that, it also has good customer relations, and that the few speakers here have all sort of intimated that they have had some concerns with maintenance. And I know that the city ourselves is still struggling with a system of getting feedback from the community at large about repairs on streets, et cetera, the infrastructure maintenance and repairs. So I'm wondering, what kind of system does Greystar have, and are there reports? There should be reports that we could see about how many requests are done and how many are, resolved and by what means. So is that something that is available?
I do know that that's available. We used to regularly make that part of the council packet, and I understand that wasn't desired anymore. So I think that's been taken out. But I'm going to ask Summer to talk a little bit more about is it Yardi and how all that works. And
Yes, so we use a platform called Yardi, and through that we track everything. So any report that you would like, you have full access to. We can provide you with our work order history, the details of each work order, reporting on timeliness of closing out each work order. We have incident reporting for any major events that occurs that we send over to the city. We also do surveys, so we have what we call the Kingsley survey reports. We can provide you with copies of those that have the resident feedback in it, and what we've done to address that.
I think that would be helpful. I don't recall why we wouldn't have wanted to see those, even as a trending. I would like to know, as time goes on, are we seeing less requests for maintenance because we're doing such a good job on regular maintenance and repairs, or is it going up, or how's the resolution of each of those? I mean, or what kind of issues are they? Are they appliances? Are they, whatever? So that's one thing. The other thing is on the budget, I didn't quite see how much we're spending on landscaping, but I know we're talking about tree trimming and all of that. But one of the things that has always disturbed me about Preston and Abrams is that one, I would like to see a tour of one of the units, because if I'm supposedly a landlord sitting up here, I have never seen the inside of any of the units. So I think I would like to do that. But the actual facility, the actual buildings look like they've been upkept, but the lawn is just awful. It makes me feel like this is how affordable units look. Is kind of, and I don't know what the solution is, but if we're talking about budget, is there something we can do to start attending to that issue?
So earlier today, we had some communications about landscaping within Abrams Park. And part of the issue there is waiting for supposedly some components to come in for them to repair some of the irrigation. One of the things that is tough is, when we talk about, caring about the environment and, saving water and stuff, there's some very large lawns out there. And so I think over the years, we've kind of done our best to try and keep them somewhat green and the weeds down, or not looking like weeds and stuff. But on the long term, that's a great question. I think it's one of those things that we're going to have to really at some point, work on and brainstorm, because retrofit of all those yards is going to be probably a little cost prohibitive in a lot of ways. So we do, maybe need to start, 1 quarter at a time or something. We do though have a replacement landscaping budget. So there is projects that they do throughout the year to replace some plants and stuff as time goes.
Yeah.
And then a lot of it is though too, is, if we notice yards, looking a little browner, we got to ask the question, is the water on? Because sometimes the residents turned it off without anybody knowing, or there's different things that happen with it.
And I'm not suggesting lawn necessarily that we have to, water, but something else besides what looks like it should have been watered and just was allowed to die. I think we could be creative about figuring out other things that look neater. Let's see, the issue of the garage doors, I know we're spending a lot of money on it, and I wonder if the residents themselves, if they have requested this, or is this our idea of how we're going to solve the parking issue? And I know that it's a first step and there has to be more, but if people are using it as storage, it seems to me that even if they had a garage door opener, they're not going to use it because they're storing things in there. So I understand that it's taking away one more excuse, if you would, to not, park their cars there. But I think that the issue is really there needs to be more storage. Now, I would say that I'd like to get more feedback from the residents of how to fix the storage problem, because it seems like that's the issue, not so much. I mean, it ends up being a massive parking problem, but maybe instead of, garage door openers, or maybe we do that first and then quickly start going into, I don't know, maybe having storage units in the back that they, sign liability waivers or whatever, but it doesn't feel to me like we're solving the parking problem by garage door openers. And I understand that may have been proposed as, as the first solution because people are saying that, but it doesn't necessarily solve it. So I'd like us to really put some more thought in that. To me, it's going to be a bit short-sighted.
You have something to say? Okay.
And that's all for right now. Thank you.
Okay, my comments are that when the Army closed, the city and Fort Ord East Authority shared a 50-50 share of the ownership of Preston Park. And at some point in time around 2008, Fora threatened to sell Preston Park entirely this Friday if they wanted to on eBay or whatever, Craigslist. And their point was they wanted their money, what they saw as their
their rights to the money, their half of the property. And the city didn't want it to sell to a third-party private company because the city was concerned that if it did sell, the market, the rents would go way up, and we would lose this very sustainable several hundred unit, very affordable place to live, with maybe 100 units of that are strictly affordable by state, like, very low and moderate. And so we wanted to keep the revenue stream coming into the city general fund of approximately 2 million a year, or 1.75 at that time. So since 1996, our general fund has gotten about $45 million into it from the net income after all expenses paid for property management and upgrades and all. And in the last 5 to 7 years, we've greatly increased the amount of improvements, the amount of money we've been putting into improving the units. So they were no longer substandard units. They had new roofs, mold problems were addressed, double pane windows, whether the residents wanted it or not. That was done during COVID. We were trying to be good landlords and do the responsible thing to lower utility bills and increase the value of the property and the quality of the property, so that people could respectfully have a place to call home that they could afford better here than in a lot of other places, where here you have a backyard, you have a fenced backyard, you have a garage, but it's really like an apartment, and it's better amenities for our apartments, or whatever you want to call them. They're attached units. They're kind of like condos too. Anyway, they're affordable, and we wanted to keep them in city ownership so we could continue providing good housing for, salt of the earth type of people, working class people, and have a revenue stream, because we want to try to be independent of the state's decisions on how much revenue they require us to give them, or what they give back to us. So the more independent we can be of the state and the county, the stronger we're going to be in times of hardship, when the state or the county make policies that affect our finances by reducing the money we have. So we could sell these units, but as the city manager said, we've gone from a $72 million market value when we bought out Forest half, approximately in 2016, about 2016. So we basically have now probably well over $100 million property that's in good shape, because we made the decision to hang on to it. So instead of having a $72 million property, we have a $100 million property that's generating now approximately $2 million a year into our general fund. What we would do if we lost that $2 million, would be significant cuts. But if we decided to cash out at any point in time, we'd have a lot of money to do a lot of stuff. But then our long-term perspective of having a few $1 million every year would go away. So that's a discussion for a future time. But that's the reasoning that this council, Marina City Council, has used to be where we are now. And when I drive there now, I see streets that have been repaved, and I see units in really good shape. And this room used to be almost full every year, with residents complaining around this time when we did their budget, complaining about interior issues, poor quality service, poor amenities, poor quality living standards, and they didn't want us to increase their rents. Now you have, 5 or 6 people online talking about worry that they're going to have their rents increased very high, and they're not happy that their carpets and appliances haven't been replaced in 13 years or so. But in this budget, we have a plan to start addressing that. But the level of intensity and anxiety and anger over Preston Park and Abrams Park from their tenants is almost non-existent compared to what it used to be. So I think the partnership between the city as a landlord and the property manager, whether it be Greystar now or the prior property owners, has increased in its success. So the point where we're talking about whose carpet hasn't been replaced, rather than people furious with us because we're increasing their rents, and they don't think that their quality of life is very high at Preston or Abrams. And our city manager has lived there in Abrams Park since 2012 approximately. And I just think that having him live there gives the top of our city staff an understanding of what's going on there and what it needs. And I think that's been a big part of why we are now doing, a really good job, better job than we used to be doing. So I want to applaud everyone involved in managing Preston and Abrams Parks. It's never perfect. It's always going to need improvements, but we have been improving from where we were in the past significantly. And even Paula Pillow didn't have a lot of criticism of, she pointed out some numerical errors, and Lisbeth also did. But I think those were just easily corrected rather than pointing out a systemic failure of how we're managing Preston Park. And that's where we used to be in these meetings. So I'd like to make the motion that we, having heard from the public and staff, that we adopt the resolution before us for both Abrams and Preston, and we authorize Juan, our finance director, to make the appropriate budget and accounting entries.
I second.
It's okay to put a bunch of them in too. Mhm.
I think that's fine, as long as it's clear that it's both items.
Yeah, the motion was to approve both 13A and 13B, given that we had the joint presentation and the joint public comment. We might as well approve these jointly. Okay, any final comments or questions before we vote? Go ahead, Councilmember McCarthy, and then Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wondering if you'd be willing to accept the friendly amendment that we halt the lighting project until which time we can have a discussion with the staff to see if it's dark sky compliant lighting.
Yes, I'll approve that. Who seconded it?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
All right, Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen and also to our mayor for talking about the big picture and the long-term history. I think that these issues are very complex from that standpoint, not just the budget issue. And so I do hope that we make time in our agenda to talk about some of the other issues we've all outlined here, but let's not forget about that because I think it's important. But thank you very much for this discussion. It's been very helpful. And I've sat through at least one other one before, but I think I've understood some bigger issues here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
One other quick comment for me. In addition to that, I just want to make clear, and I think we're all aligned that we want community participation, but a community that has, 1,500 plus people, we'd like to get more than 2 or 3 people representing that entire community. So, and those folks that spoke up tonight, I think they did an incredible job of pointing out things, and I hope they continue to participate, but we really need a diversity of voice when we get community participation from these units. So,
and it's going to be difficult in this case if people are happy. They have busy lives. The last thing they want to do is come into a public meeting and talk about something where they don't have any real grief about it. Even when they have grief, it's hard to get them out of their homes. But I think to put it out there, put the invite out there and let them know by the means that Gray Star has to communicate with the tenants that we're having a public meeting. But I won't be surprised if, 5 to 7 people show up. Okay, so if we have a roll call vote, please. Oh,
Yeah,
Christina,
one
I
more
see your
comment.
hand up. I just noticed that.
Yeah, and that goes back to Councilmember McCarthy's comments that I would like to see some participation. Some have held themselves out to be, leaders of a tenants association. Do we even have one? Could we formalize some sort of moving forward, some sort of structure where we really do have a tenants association that has a diversified voice? Because as I understand, there is no president of our tenants association. Is that correct?
I think it's an informal entity that doesn't have any official standing. And we don't see any minutes of meetings or that kind of thing. Is that true?
So that being said, I think that there's some misconceptions that some are speaking for the entirety, and that should be clear that that's not the case. So just supporting Councilmember McCarthy's comments that we definitely need a better representation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more question that I forgot. Would it be possible for the city council members to receive the monthly newsletter? I understand it's a digital newsletter.
Yes. Thank you. Vote, please.
Councilmember Risher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Viala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, that motion passes 5-0, and we're going to move on to capital improvement program.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could we just have a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Well, let me ask, Brian's presentation alone is an hour, hour and a half.
All right, Brian.
I can do it in 15 minutes. No. Maybe half an hour.
This will go well past midnight. Do we want to continue tonight, or do you want to, we can have it the first item? Well, we're going to be doing the budget at our next meeting then.
How about next Tuesday?
Um,
Just come in for this?
I will not be here next Tuesday. Let's do it. Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Um,
I'm ready to do it.
next Tuesday.
No, he means right now.
I know Brian's right now.
So really, I don't think we want to be here till 11:30. Whenever we stay late, people always question whether it was a good idea. And if this is not, imperative that we do it tonight, probably shouldn't push it.
I concur with that.
But next Tuesday, Lane, are you needed to be here for this? Or if you want to be here, I guess.
I would.
You'd rather be here.
Yeah, it's really,
So after Tuesday, when's the next time we can do this?
August, the following weeks would be August 2nd.
Might this delay our approval of our entire budget? Because we need to do this on a different night than our entire budget?
We could have really that whole meeting, this and the entire budget.
But
I
then
guess,
if we have changes we want to make to the CIP, it's kind of last minute.
right,
It's nice to have time in between in case we want to do something different than staff. Then it throws Juan off trying to give us the final budget, right?
right. And part of this is one step, because we could do the capital August 2nd and then adopt it August 15.
Then how about tomorrow night? Is that not a possibility? Yeah, if you can't be here tomorrow night. How about Thursday night? Is
Yeah,
that a
we could
possibility?
do it next Tuesday. I could just zoom in.
Okay, we'll do it next Tuesday. Is that okay with you, Christina?
I'll have to look at my schedule, but I'm probably going to be okay with this. I prefer to cut it now at 9:56 than and go down a path where we are fatigued, our staff's fatigued.
Okay, so I don't hear any objections to having it next Tuesday with Lane zooming in.
I don't know yet. I have to check my schedule, but it probably is okay, but I just don't remember what I have next
You
Tuesday.
can't check it now.
No.
Okay, so do we need to make a motion? So I'll motion that we continue this CIP item to next Tuesday at
6 o'clock. Does that
6 o'clock.
Does that work?
Give us an hour for Taco Tuesday. That'll work. Is there a second? A second. Okay. Any comments before we go? Councilmember Viala? Okay. Give a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Viala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Now we have a presentation on CIP. We didn't have this before tonight's meeting, so we couldn't provide advanced comments, but now we have a week to study this. So our meeting will be more efficient if we send in our comments and questions, as soon as possible to Brian and Lane. Thank you, staff, for being here all these hours.
Just before you adjourn, are we going to plan to go through these other two items? It seemed
Yeah.
quick, but
Sorry, I just forgot. Oh. So we're going to talk about the voting delegate to the California cities. And I'll motion we go till 10:15 tonight. That should give us enough time for these two items.
I'll second.
Okay, I motion that we complete these two items. Okay,
roll call, please.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, let's move to the California Cities item. Rain, would you like to address this?
Yes, the California League of Cities gives every city the ability to have a delegate go to the General Assembly, and our city really hasn't had anyone interested in a while to do that. Councilmember McCarthy reached out and said he would be very interested in being a delegate, and so to do that, we need to have direction from the council to do that. And if so, I think Councilmember McCarthy has indicated interest, and we would suggest also an alternate on that.
Okay, motion that we appoint Councilmember McCarthy with Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen as the alternate.
I'd like to second.
Any comments or questions from the public? Come on, there's 10 of you out there. All right, come back to council, close public comment. Any questions or comments from council? All right, Brian, thanks for bringing this to our attention. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, just out of fairness, would we like to wait for Kathy to get back and just make sure she didn't have any comments?
I didn't know she was gone. She wanted a 5-minute break. Sometimes Heidi gives
I
me a
would like
note and says someone
I'd
stepped
like to make a
down.
comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to give a kudos to Councilmember McCarthy because he has gone out of his way to be part of policymaking at the League of Cities on his own time. So thank you, Brian, for upping our profile and taking those trips to LA and other places. I think you're doing a wonderful job in making connections and bringing some really good policy ideas back to us.
Well, and I'll add to that. This council is very active in the California League of Cities, which only benefits our city. And not only they're involved in policy committees, there's other council members involved in policy committees. We have the annual conference. The next one's coming up in September, and I would encourage everyone, once we get that final or that official thing, we'll get it out to everyone. That'll be up in Sacramento this year. But our community just benefits as we engage with the League of Cities.
And if I may, Mayor, just some filler here. I just appreciate Councilmember Medina Dirksen's comments, but also want to say that the league has a lot of opportunities for everyone to participate. So, you know, if this is adopted, I'm happy to serve as a delegate for this year. I'm also happy to have a discussion of if anyone else is interested. And then lastly, they're just aside from this, there's a lot of other opportunities, different policy committees that are still open and waiting for someone to participate. So.
Okay, Kathy, we have a motion on the floor for Councilman McCarthy to be the voting delegate at the annual League of Cities conference and for Mayor Pro Tem to be the alternate. Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, all right, so that passed unanimously. Discussing the grant for Marina Senior Center, I got a call from State Senator John Laird about 2 weeks ago to inform me that he had successfully put in the budget for the state of California $1 million to come to Marina toward senior center. And that he told me a couple days ago that was in the budget, final budget. So we have $1 million toward a senior center, but it doesn't have to go toward a senior center. It can go to senior programs. We can do pretty much what we want with it in the senior realm. And so we wanted to put it on the agenda just to have an initial discussion, let everyone know that this money exists and that we're open to ideas on how to spend this money. Councilmember McCarthy?
without having put much thought into it, and I'd love to hear, if the public has comments or if there's, even after this meeting, but
Oh, maybe we have to go to the public first.
That's right.
Okay, let's back up one step. I'm sorry, Brian. Let's go to the public. If you have any comments, questions on what the city should do with $1 million the state is giving us toward a senior center or senior programs. We'll give everyone another moment to raise their hand. Okay, we'll close public comment, come back to Councilmember McCarthy.
thank you, Mayor. Comment's actually really brief. I mean, I think without having put a lot of thought into it, that I favor trying to purchase space. I think it's one thing that our community doesn't have a lot of. And I've heard this discussion about senior centers for as long as I've lived here. And I know, Mayor, you probably know a lot more than I do in regards to that. But that's just kind of my brief comment, is that programming is great, but we don't really even have a space for a lot of that programming right now.
Yeah, so one option is to make modifications to our community center that can be used more effectively by seniors. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Well, I've sort of been thinking about all of the new buildings that we were thinking about in terms of civic center and the city hall and all of that, and the police station. And it's a huge load financially, and I would like to see the $1 million contribute to that plan of the future. I think we've got to start planning. We can throw money at the facility that is falling apart in the same way that we can throw money at getting all these dilapidated temporary portables, and we will never get to a nice facility of the future. So I would like, if that's possible with that kind of money, to roll it into some of the other funding that we are planning for, for making a new facility completely.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Vischer and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Biala that if possible, this could be our first $1 million. But I also think we ask the seniors, maybe to the new recreation directors, could be kind of survey what they would like to see that we do with this money. It's a very nice message, by the way. So thank you. We don't always get millions thrown at Marina. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Yes, I want to say thank you, John Laird, for this gift. I definitely support what Councilmember Biala is saying, and perhaps we can use this as a part of leveraging. First of all, it's the first $1 million, but perhaps there might be some other grants out there or other ways to match that money. So I'd like to see maybe staff look into how we can leverage this money to get us even more. Again, thanks to Senator Laird for this thinking of Marina.
All right. We were contemplating a $53 million bond, and maybe that's going to go down somewhat, maybe to 40 million or 30 million. Maybe it will go up. But what I'm thinking is that bond may not happen. If it does go on the ballot, it may not pass. And that $1 million, depending on senior input, which I think is a great idea, see what our seniors think. But I'm guessing that seniors living today might wish to see something in the near term happen. And $1 million to upgrade the restrooms and the kitchen in our community center, where it's our only senior activities that are programmed that go on there. That might be something more tangible to show the bang for the buck, instead of trying to reduce our bond need by something like 2%. So I guess the next step would be to go out to the seniors, and I like the idea of Andrea doing that, and then having another meeting where we get that input back and have a public meeting after Andrea gets more one-on-one input, so we could talk about all these options.
And it would be nice if we gave staff options we'd like them to give to the seniors, or ask staff to come back with a list of options and then we can maybe add to them. But I'd rather have us provide some input so that we don't have to go back to the seniors twice. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I wasn't just saying that we use the million to decrease the amount of the bond. I think that becomes very intangible to most people. And of course, everyone would rather see something tangible than contributing to a bond issue. So I was thinking more of the planning issues, so that that we use that money to do the planning for a facility, to look at the programming, look at, so that always costs a lot of money. And so that's more what I was thinking, not just to roll it into $53 million bond. Thank
All
you,
right.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Bryant McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, two things. One, because I'm having fun with inflation calculators today, something to think about, that $1 million in 10 years at a 5% inflation rate is only worth about 600,000. So we automatically lose 400,000 if we don't act within 10 years. So that's one thing. I think that's money that we need to spend sooner rather than later. And I don't know, maybe if it comes with strings that we have to spend it within a certain amount of time. And the second part is just kind of thinking about all of the things in the city that we kind of have, we choose my words carefully, but kind of sat on. Sports center, like pool, we spent so much money planning and doing something that may still never happen, and we've spent millions. And so just really encourage the council to really think carefully about how we spend this money to have a tangible thing that lasts us for a long time, that's actually going to come to life. And I'm not articulating it very well, but I hope you understand what my intent is there. Thank you.
Okay. Does council feel comfortable tonight just giving Andrea 2 or 3 options that we brainstorm, or would council like to draw this out more and come back and have another meeting before she goes to the seniors? But what I've heard is, Kathy, your idea was to use it for planning for a senior center. Another idea is to use it to upgrade the center we have. Another idea is to put it into the bond, which I don't think will be popular, but it's an option. Are there other options that you can think of? Purchase space? To purchase a new space? Like,
Sorry.
go
my
ahead,
point
Christina.
was- Thank you, through the mayor. My point was to see if we can leverage it with some other grant dollars matching.
Right. Yep, great.
Or we could also look at our original plan that we're trying to get CDBG funds. We were had it laid out at the Dimaggio Park site, and that's another option, just to move forward with that separately.
Is that different than leveraging?
It would be just moving forward with that as a separate project.
Okay. So I'm very happy with these 5 or 6 ideas.
Yeah. May I make one comment? I wanted to ask, pouring money into our current site, is that site about as bad as our 47-year-old portables? I mean, I don't know. Is that pouring money in now going to be worthless later because you can't fix those things in any kind of appreciable long-term way?
You'll hear that at Brian's discussion next Tuesday.
Oh,
He
okay.
has a slide on that.
Okay, well, then, I think that's an important thing. I don't want to see us pouring $1 million into improving a site that essentially is going to be falling apart in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So I'll motion that we ask our Recreation Cultural Services Director to go to the seniors and see what they want to do with that $1 million, and provide a list of options we've talked about tonight, and any others that staff comes up with. But at least you've heard from council a short brainstorm list.
Can I add that you also include people that are likely to be seniors within 10 years?
Check with their doctors first. Yeah, that's fine to add that to the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any comments? Well, we went to the public already. Any final comments or questions? Kathy, your light's on, but okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so that motion passed unanimously. We're going to adjourn in Lenore Masterson's memory. And that was really sweet that Mike and his brother-in-law Ted were here to join us today. Thank you, everybody.